All right, Counselor Hill, would you read us out of closed session, please?
Yes, just one second. I can hear my kids yelling at each other. I move this council certified by recorded vote that to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully accepted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Ms. Thomas.
Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I call the regular meeting to order. We'll have a brief moment of silence. Okay. Next, we have the roll call, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Payne,
Here.
Mr. Snook,
Here.
Ms. Walker,
Here.
Ms. McGill,
Here.
Ms. Hill,
Here.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook, Mr. Snook,
You're muted, Lloyd.
I know. I thought I did the hit the space bar thing. Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
All right, are there any announcements?
I have a few here. As Halloween, the city encourages families to plan for a safe observation of Halloween and trick-or-treating activities. Due to COVID-19, the health district recommends that everyone celebrate safely this year by hosting activities inside with household members or outside with social distancing. People shouldn't participate in celebrations this year if they are sick or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. If you do plan to participate in Halloween activities with people outside of your household, we've posted some tips for trick-or-treaters on our website at charlottesville.gov. The city also is sponsoring a fun and safe alternative to trick-or-treating by hosting Charlottesville's Halloween Night Out in partnership with the Charlottesville Police Department and the Charlottesville Police Foundation. Charlottesville Halloween Night Out will be held October 31st from 2 to 4 p.m. at Charlottesville High School. This year's event is 100% drive-through. Community partners and local businesses will be distributing candy, goodies, and t-shirts for the kids, and there'll be a spooky car contest for the best decorated vehicle. Event details can be found on the city's website calendar. Second, our skate park. Council would like to congratulate our Parks and Recreation Department for having the Charlottesville Skate Park named the best new facility by the Virginia Recreation and Park Society. Judged by a jury of its peers, our skate park, which opened in 2019, received an award in this category of Best New Facility, Parks, Playgrounds, Blueways, Greenways, and Trails. Congratulations to Director Todd Brown, Deputy Director Vic Garber, and their staff supporting this project, especially to our skate park manager, Matt Moffett. And lastly, in case our citizens haven't noticed, that leaf season is here. The leaves are falling from the trees, and our public service crews will begin residential loose leaf collection on Monday, November 2nd. And each neighborhood will be visited by a vacuum trucks 3 times during the season on a set rotating schedule. So this is an increase from 2 times last year. Residents may sign up to receive text alerts on their phone, reminding them of when their leaf collection week is approaching. Please also remember that bag leaves are no longer collected. More information is available on our website at www.charlottesville.gov/leaves. And I texted for my reminder today and it worked seamlessly. So they can be reminded of those 3 different rotations in which you can get your leaves picked up curbside, unbagged. And that's it.
I have 2 announcements. Just a reminder to the community that we have boards and commission applications that are being accepted through December 11th, 2020. Just keep that in mind, and we encourage you to take a look at online at the boards and commissions site on the website and apply and encourage others to apply. And council has decided to attempt to shorten the meeting length by, having meetings starting maybe at 4 p.m. On council meeting evenings. The regular meeting that starts at 6:30 will still start at the 6:30 time frame. But if we have reports that day, an attempt to allow staff that don't have to be here for the entire meeting to get those reports done earlier in the day, we will have 1 or 2 reports if we have reports to schedule earlier in the day. And so hopefully we will help shorten these 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 11:30. We're probably pushing it before then, but we'll see meetings. So we'll see how it works. We don't have to change. We don't have to vote to change anything. As we stated, there was a big push from the community to make sure that we didn't start our regular meetings any earlier, so they will still start at 6:30. So we're not changing that part. And you'll be able to go, back and watch the work session that and watch the reports at a later time, and hopefully it'll be easier to find too. So we'll try that out. It won't be every week. It may not be every month, but and we'll notice it in advance when we do make that decision. Any other counselor have any updates?
Just a quick announcement. November 10th and 11th, there will be an event commemorating the African American military experience, telling the untold history. Again, that's November 10th and 11th at 7 p.m. on the Charlottesville Education Channel 14, Comcast Cable, or vimeo.com/Cville Media, as well as facebook.com/Cville Media.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We don't have any recognitions or proclamations and boards and commissions. Counselor Hill?
Yes, I move that council appoint the following to the Human Rights Commission: Mary Bauer, Tobiah Munt, and Alex Oxford.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Oh.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay. So that carries 5-0. Next, we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Ms. Thomas, we don't hear you.
sorry, I actually had it pulled up on my screen and it's disappeared. Okay. Minutes, September 8th, regular and closed meetings. September 11th, special meeting with corrections. September 29th, special meeting. Appropriation, Battalion Chief Vehicle Insurance Reimbursement, $36,649.68. Second reading. Appropriation, Virginia Department of Social Services Temporary Aid to Needy Families Grants, $257,479.76. Second reading. Appropriation, red light management funds for Home to Hope reentry services programming, $20,000. Second reading. Appropriation, victim witness assistance program grant, $265,024. First of two readings. Appropriation, Annie E. Casey Foundation Grant Award, $10,000. First of two readings. Appropriation, housing opportunities for people with AIDS, HIV, COVID supplement, $20,050. First of two readings. Report, Ravenna Water and Sewer Authority, Ravenna Solid Waste Authority, quarterly update.
All right, thank you. Mr. Willer, would you check to see if there's anyone who would like to speak on an item on the consent agenda?
If you'd like to speak to council at this time, click the raise hand icon. If you're joining us via telephone, press *9 to get in line to comment again on the consent agenda. Mayor Walker, I don't see any hands raised.
All right, all right, counselors, are there any questions, comments about an item on the consent agenda? All right. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the consent agenda.
I'll second that motion.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
All right, so that carries 5-0. Next up, we have the city manager response to the community matters, and interim city manager, Mr. Blair, will give his response.
Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. Do want to address a few things brought up from community matters at the last meeting. First is there was a question about the 400 drug court graduates, whether that was cumulative or annual. And I spoke to the Commonwealth's attorney, Mr. Platania, and he said it was a cumulative number over the entirety of the program. And he wanted me to emphasize that even non-graduates do receive counseling services and other services during this program. Second, we had a couple of comments last week or 2 weeks ago about the climate action plan. As you've seen tonight, we will have a report on the climate action plan, as well as 2 other speakers addressing climate change. Third, there was a question about source of funds discrimination, perhaps occurring in the city. I spoke to Mr. Niemeyer of the Office of Human Rights. He encouraged anybody with a complaint about that form of discrimination to contact his office, and he would work with them to try to, if he couldn't address their problem, to guide them to the appropriate venue. Also wanted to inform the council that the Human Rights Commission is considering proposing some amendments to the ordinance for council. And one of those amendments for the Human Rights Commission ordinance is to include source of funds discrimination. So that may be coming to you soon. And finally, the last item on your consent agenda was the RWSA and RSWA reports. I spoke with Mr. Moyer this past week about the reports, and asked that maybe at the next report that he is here personally, and we do it perhaps as Mayor Walker described at one of those 4 o'clock sessions, so that you all have a chance to question him rather than just have the written report in case you need any further information. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And next up, we have community matters. So we have 5 speakers, and that have signed up beforehand. And so that'll give the opportunity for 11 people to raise their hands and speak, during the community matters. So Mr. Will, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Our first speaker who signed up in advance is Chris Meyer, who would be followed by Roy Van Doren, who I don't see on the webinar yet. And after Roy is Andres Clarence. But first we'll go to Chris Meyer. Chris, you're on with City Council and you have 3 minutes. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Councilors, mayor, and city staff. I live at 124 Oaklawn Court, and I'm speaking as a resident and not in my capacity as a director of a local nonprofit tonight. A couple observations for you this evening. On the topic of finding and contracting a new city manager, I would hope that you can all pledge to not include any option for severance pay in the new city manager's contract. At this moment, I think we are paying for 3 city managers between former and interim ones, including Mr. Blair, Dr. Richardson, and Mr. Murphy. Since 2018, and with Dr. Richardson's severance package, the city will have spent more than $500,000 on executive severances. Next item, awarding of the city schools reconfiguration, consultation, and design contract has been extensively delayed for some undetermined reason. It was to be awarded in late March. I understand the delay of a couple of months because of COVID, but we're now past 6 months since when the contract should have been awarded. I do ask the interim city manager to explain why the delay and when we can expect the contract to be awarded. I emphasize this as the consultation should take place a couple of months, at least should take a couple of months. And I do think the public should be aware of the cost and potential impact to the city finances when making their votes for city councilors next year. Finally, UVA did publish their new sustainability goals today, and one of them is to be carbon neutral by 2030. That likely means limiting the use of their coal-fired thermal plant and curtailing their natural gas use. With UVA being a big client of Charlottesville Gas, an expensive potential gas pipeline replacement as part of the West Main redevelopment to mainly service UVA, and the city's own climate goals, I do hope Charlottesville Gas Utility is included as part of the climate action planning process. Relatedly, one first step the city might consider for its climate plan would be for Charlottesville Gas to stop giving away for free installations and use that money, the revenue generated from people paying for those installations, to help the low-income residents of this community. Thank you for your time.
And Mr. Blair, just a quick question. Is Mr. Murphy's contract up now, or Ms. Robertson? Or is it next month?
I believe Mr. Murphy's contract will end at the end of this month, October 31st.
First, okay. Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I don't see Roy Van Doren, so I'll skip him at this point.
Okay.
Next up will be Andres Clarence. Andres, you're on with council and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Walker, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Andres Clarence. I'm a professor of environmental engineering at UVA. When I sat down to prepare my remarks, I thought about the fact that Mayor Walker, before she was mayor, was a pre-K teacher for my daughter, Lucy, who's now 11. And I reflected on the changes that have taken place in my area of research, which is decarbonization and carbon management over the past 6 years. And it's truly breathtaking. And one of the changes that you all are probably aware of is the number of institutions that are making commitments to decarbonize, whether it's Charlottesville, DC, California, or most recently China, or corporations such as Amazon and Shell are committing to their carbon neutrality goals, which is really, really exciting and impressive. And so thinking about why China is making commitments like this, I think about their desire to remain economically competitive, and I think about what Charlottesville needs to do so as well into the coming decades. And so with that in mind, I have 3 recommendations that I'd like to leave council with. The first is that we're in the business of selling fossil fuels, and we need to develop a plan to get out of that business as soon as possible. If Shell is doing it, we can too. If we wait, it's going to be too late, as the previous speaker described. With the infrastructure decisions that are being made right now, we can be making better choices. California just mandated that all new homes be solar ready, and we need to move these choices, or we'll be at a disadvantage. Second recommendation is that we need to provide the resources to our staff to work much more closely with UVA and with Albemarle, because and outside counties as well, because a lot is getting left, is falling between the cracks of jurisdiction. So UVA's decarbonization goals don't include transportation, commuting, because it's outside of their control. We have to consider how Louisa or Fluvanna is going to feel about having 2% of their landscape covered with solar panels. These are real futures, and working across jurisdictional boundaries is going to be critical to ensuring that these transitions happen in as smooth a way as possible. Much deeper integration than we have today. And third, on this on the subject of regulatory and economic landscapes that are changing, we have the Virginia Clean Economy Act as well as RGGI, both set to take place, and the larger landscape within which Charlottesville operates is changing very quickly, and there's going to be competing objectives, and the plans that we develop over the coming months really need to consider this changing landscape so that we're prepared and are able to make choices that are in the best interest of Charlottesville moving forward. So with those things in mind, I am very excited for the plans that Charlottesville has, and I stand happy to help support these so that 6 years from now, when Lucy leaves Charlottesville, it's a much greener place than it is today. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up will be Michelle Mattioli. Michelle, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Walker, councilors and staff. I'm Michelle Mattioli. I live at 1304 Welford Street, and I'm here to speak about climate action. I have a degree in environmental science from long ago, which converges with my spiritual beliefs in that all of creation is connected and sacred, including us. We only have one planet, and it's not theoretical that clean air and clean water and vital ecosystems and clean energy sources are really a matter of survival for all beings, including us. And justice for everyone in our community needs to be an important part of that. And so for my little grandchildren, for whom I hope they have a clean and healthy community to grow up in, a just community, I ask that council take 3 actions. The first is that we have a climate action plan by March 31st of next year without delay. Secondly, that we conduct a greenhouse gas inventory every 2 years. We need the science and the data to help us make these decisions that the previous speakers have pointed to as well. And the third is that climate be prioritized in our comprehensive plan and in all strategic planning. We're ready in Charlottesville to do our part, and I thank you for your actions.
Thank you.
And the last of our speakers who signed up in advance is Jonathan Blank. If you'd like to get in line to speak to council during community matters, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Jonathan, you're on with City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for letting me and my daughters speak with you tonight. Our comments are titled For the Children. I loathe special interests and politicians who utilize children for political props. This speech and comments, my daughters are not for that purpose. For I didn't bring them here tonight. Rather, they asked me to come with them. I am their prop. I'm their prop because they have asked me to ask you to plan for them, their children, and their fellow children. Mayor, I know you from your bio that you have 3 children and have worked for the betterment of children throughout our city. Specifically, as the 2 speakers ago talked, as a teacher. I worked on political campaigns with Lloyd's son. I've been on the soccer fields with Heather and her children. I grew up with Cena's husband, and so my connection with her family is a time when I was a child in high school. And Councilor Payne, you're closer generationally to my children than I am to them. We're here because we need a plan. We need a plan for all of us. We needed a plan when Cena's husband and I were in high school, but the elected officials then chose not to do so. We can't make that mistake now. You must ask yourselves, what are my children and my children's children going to ask when they are my age? Why did my parents and grandparents not put in a plan? Why did they not dream big and try to reach those dreams? I tell that to my children. I know you tell it to your children. Think big, dream big, make a plan, execute a plan, and your dreams will become reality. Today, the future is now. We need a plan. I yield to my daughters, Alex and Maddie. They wanted to read a poem that hit home after visiting a glacier that is melting away. It is called Glaciers Weeping.
I saw the glaciers weep. They stare down in their once massive domain and see a landscape of retreat.
I saw the glaciers weep. A year before, they stood 60 feet longer. Now a stream of tears. I saw the glaciers weep.
A year before, they stood 20 feet taller, but now a river of tears. I saw the glaciers weep.
150 years before, those before could not pass. Each scored, the glaciers were pained, and now a pool of tears. I saw the glaciers weep.
Like a giving tree, the glaciers gave and protected, but soon no more. I saw the glaciers weep.
In 40 years, this glacier will not exist, and then it will be I who will weep.
We do not want to weep. My generation and I want to plan. We ask you to plan, if not for yourselves, then for your children, your children's children, and all the children of this city, the Commonwealth, and this great country.
If not now, when? If not you, who? Please make a plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I see Roy Van Doren has joined us. We'll go to him next. He'll be followed by Brandon Collins and then Tanisha Hudson. Roy, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Roy Van Doren. I live in Rugby Avenue. Thank you, City Council and Mayor. This year, I serve as the Hospitality Industry Chair of the Virginia Restaurant, Lodging, and Travel Association. I'm the elected chairman. The consensus is that the absence of live music, weddings, in-person conferences, festivals, events, city market, UVA restrictions, online shopping, and almost no daytime office population. Well, I could go on, but the fact is without a viable restaurant community, there would be really no spark plug for retail commerce, especially downtown. There is a reluctance by many to dine inside too. We can understand that since the media has anointed restaurants as the primary cause for COVID transmission. But I have something I want you to consider. Restaurateurs, their families, and staff work every day, all day, with guests. And if the environment were as toxic as believed, we would have extremely high percentage of restaurant staff testing positive, but we don't. But in reality, the restaurant community has adopted strong indoor safety standards and guidelines to ensure the safety of all. And it is working. And I think the numbers today prove that that is the case. There is a perception that the answer to indoor dining reluctance is a temporary tent and heat the outdoors. While conceptually, that is great for October. In a meeting I had last week with the restaurant community, the consensus is that the vast majority believe outdoor tenting and heaters is not a viable wintertime solution for most restaurants in the city. Seems to me that the community has two choices. let restaurants fail, then over time, a long time, new restaurateurs might take their place. In the meantime, we as a community lose significant tax revenue and properties are devalued due to the tidal wave of lost revenue for property owners. The alternative is to help hardworking, tax-paying restaurateurs who have a proven track record of safety, performance, and a demonstrated capacity to boost our visitor economy. It's my opinion it's less costly for so many reasons to preserve our culinary culture rather than the alternative of just let them fail and wait for a potential rebuild. Start with survival and then recovery. The local industry has asked me to ask the City Council for 4 things. Significant funds to restaurants so they can survive into March. Use the funds to go to what is appropriate for each restaurant. Sometimes it's outdoor dining, sometimes it's rent, sometimes it's indoor dining ventilation upfits, could be a recalibration of the CARES funding percentage. But we're in really a dangerous situation. Number 2, cafes and various taxes that the restaurant industry collects be forgiven or some form of plan be developed
Thank
so
you.
that penalties and timing can be worked out favorably.
Thank you.
For your appreciation.
And if you want to send us the other, just email us the other 2 items or the total 4. I don't know if you had. I'll just comment again. And Councilor McGill posted a Facebook post earlier this week about some of the steps that the owner management at the local were taking to try to keep people safe. And it seemed like, a thorough process in attempting to do everything within their control. Since I was the one that posted that link and have posted a lot of links, it was alerting people to the fact of what scientists say are high-risk situations and just wanting people to figure out ways to protect themselves. And I did, tell the public about, takeout, delivery, and tip well. And I understand that wasn't received well, but it's just an attempt to make sure that people understand what the science is saying at this point, and so that they could be future patrons of restaurants, how best to take care of themselves and their family. And my intent, that was my only intention, and not for our restaurants to fail.
Mayor Walker, our next speaker is Brandon Collins, who will be followed by Tanisha Hudson and then Gloria Beard. Brandon, you're on with council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I'm Brandon Collins. I work for the Public Housing Association of Residents, known as FAR, which is the federally recognized resident council and resident advisory board for public housing here in Charlottesville. And I'm speaking on behalf of FAR this evening. You have a historic night yet again with funding and these ordinances to make sure that redevelopment gets a great solid start and living up to your commitment for affordable housing. It's really amazing to think back previous to 2016 when our organization was at war with the Housing Authority and got past that and developed a positive vision based on interactions with hundreds of residents about what redevelopment should look like from a resident perspective, and then went out and made it happen. And we've really done that with the Housing Authority, which has really changed its relationship. And it hasn't been smooth always, but we're in an amazing spot right now with redevelopment right around the corner to begin in earnest with construction starting. And at the end of phase 1 and phase 2, you're basically doubling the amount of housing on South First Street without overwhelming residents. And both Crescent Halls and South First Street their futures being determined by the residents in an amazing process, messy at times. We ask you to look at these ordinances and really strongly urge you to remove the requirement for Housing Authority to produce the sustainability study in order to have funds released. We know you want that sustainability study. It's the smart thing to do for everybody. I think Mr. Sales has some options that you might be able to address your concerns about the sustainability study separate from the ordinances, but we have a grave concern that having that in the ordinances is going to jeopardize the ability to close everything for phase one and could jeopardize tens of millions of dollars in tax credits if that were to happen. So I really urge you to consider a different way to address those concerns. And then the other is I hope you will consider something a little more concrete when it comes to payment in lieu of taxes or how to deal with the tax situation. It's a little complicated to explain to the general public in just a couple minutes, but I think if you could look at that issue as a 15-year loan or a 15-year grant, that might make the whole concern of real estate tax going up for Housing Authority a little easier to deal with and really lock that in so that in 15 years when CRHA gets its ownership back from its mirror company, the CC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, our seventh speaker is Tanisha Hudson. She'll be followed by Gloria Beard and then Robin Hoffman. Tanisha, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes. Tanisha, can you hear us? Looks like you're still muted.
Tyler? Okay.
How about, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, so I want to follow up to the first speaker. I don't know his name right off the top of my head because I was doing something. But I want to just add on that the new city manager should not be friends of friends. We know that was going to happen before when we were looking for an interim city manager. So if you have some friends, don't be telling them to apply for this job. We will shut it down. No friends of friends. Tired of that. Because there's too much bullying going on and there's too many people picking and choosing who they want to support, who they don't want to support on council. I agree. No more extended contracts. Y'all love giving money out until somebody sue y'all and then y'all want to pinch pennies. So no more long contracts, no more $500,000 contracts once these people leave the city. Get rid of all of that. And this should all of this work should really be about the people and not your personal feelings. But clearly your personal feelings are getting in the way instead of you just getting and giving people what they need. Now, I made a request early in September when school started because parents were reaching out to me via Facebook. They were also reaching out to the mayor. Someone showed me a message they sent to the mayor. She did not respond, asking on who would assist with tutoring for the children during virtual learning. Now, I never asked you guys for a dime of money. I basically asked for a space that I know you manage, which technically didn't even need to ask you all for that space, but did it anyway. Wanted to dot my I's and cross my T's. But instead, you neglect my space, my request for space, screaming coronavirus, right? But then I see on page 233 of your packet that Conscious Capitalist Foundation is asking for $20,000. The original request was $50,000, and they wanted to tutor 10 children for $20,000. Now, where is this space going to happen? Where's the space for this to go on? Then again, this wasn't even a request that a normal person would request for the Vibrant Community Fund. Your mayor pushed this agenda. We know that. I know that. I'm letting the world know that. But you, Mayor, Heather, other people on council publicly neglected my request for space. But you're willing to take taxpayers' money for $20,000 for 10 children over a span of 9 weeks. And there's hundreds of children, hundreds failing right now because I'm connected with the school system. I had teachers that were willing to do this for free. They are certified to deal with students. You could have took that money and paid your teachers more because they're already overworking and they're underpaid. It is ridiculous that everything is personal with you guys. Everything. And you don't gotta like me, Mayor Heather Hill, but respect my motherfucking work.
Just a quick comment. I think we talked about this last week, but I discussed publicly that attempting to link this mentorship opportunity for kids who have been identified by the school system with mentors from the community that they could connect with was something that I have been working on. So that is no secret. It was stated publicly. This is also, which we'll discuss a little bit later, a collaboration that the superintendent has been a part of these discussions. And, so they weren't done in any kind of underhanded way. And I have talked to Mr. Gray and Mr. Rush, the two who I've talked to many people about this project, but those are the two who submitted the proposals for us to consider and for them to figure out a way to build these relationships virtually. So there shouldn't be a space that they are taking our students to. They understand that this is about connecting with the students. They'll have to connect with the parents. They'll have to connect with the teachers. And with everything that's on that agenda, there has been an attempt to make sure that we do it in as much of a virtual capacity as possible.
Our next speaker is Gloria Beard. Gloria, you're on with City Council and you've got 3 minutes. Can you hear us? It looks like you're still muted. Gloria, can you hear us? We're going to come back to Gloria in just a minute. Next up is Nancy Carpenter. Nancy, can you hear us?
Yes, as long as I can get my mouse to work to the button. Thank you all for allowing me to have a few minutes of your time this evening. I want to give some shout out to the members, all the members of the original PCRB, because we've had an historic piece of legislation voted on by the General Assembly and waiting on the governor's signature to enact some additional powers that the statewide civilian review boards can perhaps have in order to continue oversight and a more robust oversight of local police departments. So I want to say thank you for all their hard work, all their hours they gave as volunteers, unpaid hours they gave as volunteers. I know now that at some point here pretty soon, I guess after the governor's signs off on it, the board, I will look forward to working with the city council to, revise our ordinance. It looks like we've got some meaty work cut out for us. And I just want to thank all the advocates from this area that, moved the General Assembly, the committees and the individuals on the committees, those who didn't, that were, convinced to see things that way, that it was a historic vote, I think, when it comes to Virginia. And I just wanted to make sure that all those folks on that original committee got some, public recognition of their work, and hopefully we can carry on with what they left for us and improve it and make it stronger. So thank you.
And Mayor Walker, we'll try Gloria Beard again. Gloria, you're back on with council. Can you hear us? Looks like you're unmuted now, but we can't hear you. Gloria, one thing you could try is using the telephone number at the bottom of the confirmation email if you want to try reaching the meeting a different way. But right now, we cannot hear you. I know that's frustrating for people. If you want to speak to council, we've got one other hand raised right now, but you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9 to get in line. Next, we'll go to Robin Hoffman.
Hi,
Robin,
everybody.
go
I
ahead.
hope everybody is doing well. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not doing well. I'm a very social person on Zoom and ride my bike every day and talk to people, social distancing. One of the things that I've been recommending is the air quality control for restaurants, for everybody to consider. Like if the waiters and staff are wearing masks, people who are eating are not. So that's how this is happening in restaurants, so that the air quality can be changed by using proper antiviral filters that are available. Secondly, 1 in 5 children do not have computers, I find out. NOAA, which is National Organization of Art and Health, I belong to that. I signed up the membership, and they have a lot of organizations throughout the country that are going through telehealth and online to help children and adults who are going through terrible depression because of the COVID isolation. Also, Netflix is giving a film documentary called Social Distancing, which I'm watching, and it's very well done. It also describes a lot of problems for families at this time, so I recommend that you watch that. But I was also wondering how this happened, that the attendance officers in the schools are not calling up, for absenteeism or people not participating in their classes, to please document for the governor or for monies, if people, 1 in 5 children do not have computers or adults. And then lastly, I'm volunteering on my street to, I acquired the Rivanna River Company bus. They gave it to me, it's in my driveway. And every Saturday I'm going to open up social distancing in the bus and outside on my property, art innovation hubs, workshops. And I was hoping that maybe other people would get that idea, do it on your street, to open up some social distancing workshops of your craft or your specialty, whether, to give supplemental teaching to the kids, and also ask them to participate in something that might help, the climate or whatever. And so I just want to say that I'm continuing with my TV show, and we're using Zoom. It's open and available for everybody to do. Take cameras out if you become a member, and it's very cheap. So it's a year fee. I'm sure you can collectively get some money for the year fee, and then use the cameras going outside and maybe, talking about problems and using it for people to see on CPA TV.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, that was our 9th speaker. We have one hand raised at the moment, Gloria Beard, and I'll go back to her in just a moment for one last try. But if anyone else wants to speak to council, you can click the raise hand icon. Gloria, we're going to try again with you. And if you unmute, we'll see if we can hear you. And nothing yet. All right. Sorry about that, Gloria. Next up, Don Gathers. Don, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Just want to piggyback the words of Nancy Carpenter. looking forward to the work and the efforts of the current iteration of the Civilian Review Board, and also a lessening of some of the restrictions and handcuffing that have been placed on them initially and previously, especially with the legislation that has just recently been enacted and waiting on the governor's signature. Now's the time to be working in concert with that body, that appointed body. And also, I heard just a brief report, just in passing, about the police chief apparently having some issues or some comments with the Black Lives Matter movement or some of the individuals involved in BLM here locally. I'll reserve comment on it because I haven't heard the entire report, but I hope that it's not anything obtrusive or negative, because now is not the time to be taking shots at an organization that has been trying to work for racial justice and equality. I would like to think that now would be the time to open up some doors that have been previously closed and try to work together. We have some wonderful people here who have done some incredible work under the banner of BLM. So I would certainly hope that that is not the case. But again, I'll reserve comment until I've heard the full report. Thank you all for the work that you're doing, and I'll be listening into the rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised at this time.
And Ms. Beard, is she attempting again or no?
She has not raised her hand again.
Okay. All right, so I'll close the.
Nope, no, I'd say that, and she just did.
Okay.
We'll try number 4. Ms. Beard, can you hear us? You probably can. Question is, can we hear you? And right now you're muted. You might try pressing the space bar on your computer.
And is that the phone number or online?
She is on via computer or smartphone, not telephone.
Okay.
And she just lowered her hand. All right, I think that's it.
All right, thank you. So that closes the community matters section. Listen, we're early. So I want you all to understand.
Why did you jinx us?
I just feel like we should celebrate. Okay, so we'll go on to item 10 and still try to break at 8. And if, I guess it won't be a way to pick up if Ms. Beard tries to come back on next, but hope maybe we can get her at the end if we end early enough. All right, so the number 10 ordinance cafe space fee waiver and reduction, 1 reading.
All right, good evening, Mayor Walker and members of council. This is Chris Engel, Director of Economic Development. So I'll be presenting this item for you tonight. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, earlier speaker mentioned restaurants and their survival and the challenges that they're facing based upon COVID. We know that is the case not only here, but elsewhere throughout the Commonwealth and the country. This item before you seeks to lessen that burden slightly by waiving and reducing the cafe space rental fee. Many restaurants on the mall and a couple elsewhere throughout the city rent space from the city on an annual basis to conduct outdoor dining activities. Given that March and April were months that this was not permitted by the state, the proposal is to waive the fee completely for those 2 months. In the remaining months of this year and up until the cycle starts again in March of next year, reduce the fee by 50%. So waive for 2 months, reduce for the remainder of the year is the primary item. The secondary item is to reduce the parking space rental fee for any restaurant that has an adjacent restaurant to a city parking space in which they would like to activate that space for table seating. This has been done by at least one restaurant and attempted or considered by one or two others. And in the interest of trying to encourage outdoor dining while the season permits, we felt it was useful to reduce the fee for that rental space for these restaurants for the same period of time. So throughout the remainder of this calendar year and also January, February of 2021. So essentially that's the item before you. It is a one reading resolution and would be effective immediately upon your consideration. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions if you have any.
Counselors, are there any questions? Okay. My only comment would is that I think this letter that went out to the restaurant community that I don't think any of the counselors were aware of. I wasn't aware of it, but I don't want to speak for everybody, but per my knowledge, we were not aware of, coincided with the Facebook post of the indoor dining. And I think these two things together was something that got the restaurant community up in arms. And I just want to say they were not, intentional. And in terms of the letter that went out about having to resume paying fees, that we were on, council was unaware that that letter would be sent out. Any other questions or comments? All right, is there a motion?
I move we adopt an ordinance to modify the deadlines, public meeting, and public hearing practices and procedures to address continuity operations associated with the pandemic disaster.
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Engel. That carries 5-0. Appreciate that. And so it's not 8 yet, but we will break because the next everything will take quite a bit of time. So we'll break now until but just say 7:45, and we'll come back then and resume. Okay. All right, I call this meeting back to order. Next up, we have the ordinance authorizing the grant of public funds to subsidize construction for rent affordable housing to be occupied by persons of low or moderate income as part of redevelopment of public housing. It's the first of two readings, South First Street Phase 1 redevelopment and Crescent Halls redevelopment. And Ms. Kelly will present.
Good evening, and Mr. Wheeler has a presentation he's going to pull up for me.
And you should see it now, Brenda.
Okay. For the record, I'm Brenda Kelly. I'm the redevelopment manager for the city. As most of you are aware, CRHA, which is the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority, will soon be starting on redevelopment or modernization of many of their properties that will be occurring over many years. CRHA is a separate entity from the city that has purposes and authority as set forth within state law, actually known as the Housing Authorities Law. CRHA currently owns and manages 376 public housing units, issues HUD-funded housing choice vouchers, and also administers the city-funded supplemental rental assistance program. The first public housing units were built around 1965, and as you can imagine, many have reached or passed their useful life. While HUD for many years has reduced funding for public housing, the maintenance and upkeep needs of the existing housing continues to increase.
Ms. Kelly, just a quick question. Is what you're reading supposed to be on the screen?
No, I'll tell Mr. Wheeler when he can go ahead. So with the next slide, not yet. CRHA and his partners have been engaged in robust resident-led redevelopment planning efforts. Of primary concern during these redevelopment efforts has been the knowledge that, in addition to knowing there is very little available temporary and affordable housing in the city, more importantly, the need to relocate or move current residents needs to be minimized. That has been taken into serious consideration during their planning efforts. In early 2019, the CRHA development team submitted applications for low-income housing tax credits, also called the LIHTC, for renovation of all the 105 rental units in Crescent Halls, and for new construction of 62 units on the vacant land at the South First Street property. This is a very competitive process at the state level, and both projects were awarded a commitment of funding in June 2019. Due to the complex nature of the LIHTC funding, several entities need to be created to own, manage, and distribute funding for the project. In addition, there are multiple funding sources for both of these projects. Next slide, please. So let me tell you a little about these two proposed projects. The rendering you see on the slide is the proposed improvements for the exterior of Crescent Halls. Crescent Halls is an existing 105-unit building. It includes 98 one-bedroom units and 7 two-bedroom units, community resident spaces, and CRHA staff and maintenance areas. The redevelopment plans call for complete renovation of every rental unit, common area and staff offices in the building, upgrade or replacement of all building systems, and some exterior improvements. The overall project cost is about $15.4 million. All of these rental units will be at or below 60% area median income, or AMI. Next slide, please. South First Street Phase 1 will be new construction of 3 residential buildings containing a total of 62 residential units and a community resource space and resident storage, as well as the parking areas and infrastructure. The overall project cost is approximately $17 million. All of these rental units will be at or below 60% AMI. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual site plan of the proposed new construction on the site. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual elevation of the new buildings proposed on the site. Next slide, please. This shows the location of the Phase 1 project on the South First Street site. That's in the red circle. This conceptual master plan shows the proposed future build-out of future phases on the site. CRHA has also received a commitment of LIHTC funding earlier this year for the future phase of redevelopment. This future phase is not included in tonight's discussion. We'll be addressing the Phase 1. Next slide, please. Through the city's capital improvement plan, a total of $3 million was allocated in fiscal year 1920 towards public housing redevelopment. Of that, 1.875 million will be going towards the Crescent Halls renovation, and 1.125 million will be going towards the South First Street new construction. There are 2 ordinance or agreements in front of you tonight, one separately for each, Crescent Halls and South First Street Phase 1. These agreements spell out the terms and conditions for allocating the city funding to CRHA. Generally, these terms and conditions are similar for both projects, so I will just give you an overview. Next slide, please. The funding will be dispersed as a grant to CRHA. CRHA will provide the funds to the CCDC, whereby the CCDC will lend the funds to the project as an interest-free 30-year loan. 100% of the units constructed will be provided for rental by low and moderate income persons having household income at or below 60% AMI. No fewer than 13 units will be public housing units at South First Street Phase 1, and no fewer than 53 units will be public housing units at Crescent Halls. A maximum amount of the total funding will be allowed to go towards soft costs. Virginia Housing requires a deed of trust to ensure an affordability term for 30 years. However, the investor member in the LIHTC has a right to sell the property to an entity who will not be subject to these use restrictions prior to the end of the 30-year LIHTC term. This could result in the termination of an extended use agreement after year 15. HUD requires 10, 20, or 40-year affordability period restrictions, requiring units to be operated in accordance with public housing requirements. Next slide, please. While CRHA will not be the project owner, they will continue to own the land and be responsible for property management. We continue to hear CRHA say publicly that their goal is to have as seamless a process as possible, primarily for the benefit of the residents. CRHA is requesting that City Council approve an annual recurring subsidy equal to the dollar amount of the real estate taxes. The proposed ordinance suggests the subsidy for 15 tax years. CRHA has concerns with the requirement to provide a sustainability plan prior to submitting for the 3rd payment request. Next slide, please. So as again, we mentioned previously, here are some items you might want to take into consideration on improving the items in front of you. CRHA is not a member of the new LLC that will be the project owner. This is a requirement due to the LIHTC funding structure. However, CRHA will continue to own the land, and CRHA will continue to provide property management services, which includes the leasing and staffing services that they currently provide. The CCDC, which the City Council previously authorized CRHA to create, is officially the developer of the project. The CCDC will be receiving a $1 million developer fee upon completion of the project. Next slide, please. The private sector project owner has an investment member, and the investment member has a right to sell its interest in the project prior to the end of the 30-year LIHTC term. If the investor member's interest cannot be bought out by CRHA, this could potentially result in termination of an extended use agreement after year 15. So year 15 may be a significant milestone whereby CRHA has an option to purchase the project. This raises unknowns also, including how much this purchase price may be and where will CRHA obtain the funding. CRHA is requesting that City Council approve an annual recurring subsidy equal to the dollar amount of the real estate taxes. And CRHA has concerns with the timing associated with the requirement to provide a sustainability plan prior to submitting for payment request number 3. With that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have. And also we have available John Sales as the Executive Director of CRHA. Dave Norris is the Redevelopment Coordinator with CRHA, and Jeff Myers is with VCDC. They're also available to answer any questions you might have.
I guess, Council, before we begin, Mr. Sells, you and your team, is there anything that you would like to offer before we start the Q&A?
I think Ms. Kelly highlighted some of our concerns with the current ordinance to include the sustainability requirement before draw number 3. It's going to be really hard for us to close on both loans with that requirement in there, because we won't be able to show a bank that we've satisfied that requirement in order to close. So that could really put both projects at a point where they will not go forward. So that's one of the concerns that we have. We have a concern with the property tax, the way it's currently written. There's no protection from future council members deciding not to fund the subsidy for the property taxes. Without that funding, both projects could be deemed non-sustainable because the property taxes do weigh a lot. So we currently pay about $85,000 in property taxes for all of our properties for the public housing units. With these 2 projects going forward, the first year property taxes will be more than what we pay for the rest of our sites. So that's really a big concern for not only CRHA, but also the investors as well, which it was not budgeted in their budget to pay full property taxes on the site, because they will continue to house public housing units, which we house some of the lowest wealth members in the community and provide a vital role and play a big role in affordable housing for the city. I think Jeff Meyer from VCDC can talk a little bit more about the tax implications.
Is he on here?
Yes, he is. Might have some.
And I'll just say while we're waiting for him, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. I'm messaging him now.
Oh, he's right there.
Can't hear him.
We can't hear you.
He's frozen for me. Is he frozen for everybody else?
Maybe if he log out and come back in. So we can get started while he figures that out. We've been having a lot of conversation since just a long time. I just don't even know, but it was quite a busy day too. And I'm interested to hear more feedback about the, property tax. This is something that even on the next item with PHA that I've expressed, and I sent you an email this morning, along with Council Mr. Sales, about just concern about us starting down this kind of structure, which is being requested in the next section as a TIF, and whatever CRHA becomes, request becomes. I think it's just important, what I told, counselors when we talk today, I just think it's important for whatever we decide that we understand that we can't do everything moving forward. And that if we are going to essentially add dollars to both of these major requests that are going to take over a decade of funding for both, then it's important for us to understand what we're setting future counselors up for. And that when you talk about commitment to housing, then we have to say that this is our commitment to housing. It's going to be hard to align these requests and then still fulfill everything that the housing fund, all the additional requests that come through city council I don't know about the other counselors, but I've had more questions about this. Came up late today with, today and later in the day, we've been trying to figure this out from a CRHA perspective. And so, interested in hearing from staff and Jeff to see and other counselors, what they think about that part. So I guess until he comes back on, we can move to the other item. Counselors, just your comments around the clause with the sustainability plan, and what were your thoughts there?
So
one question that I had was, if we're talking about the timing of request number 1, request number 2, request number 3, and the concern about whether the sustainability plan could be done in time for request number 3, when do we expect request number 3 to be dispersed? How much time are we talking about here?
I think we're projecting March or April of 2021.
So when would request 1, request 2 go?
Those will be the first. So it really depends on construction date. So we're slated to start closer to the end of the year for both projects. So you're talking December for 1, early January, February for request number 2. The city funding is projected to go as the first funding source because it does not require us to get any money, borrow any debt in order to satisfy some of the construction starts.
So the sustainability plan, we saw a scope of work proposal that was rather ambitious. It calls for doing a lot of work. Do you have a sense of how long that truly is going to take?
When I did one in Chesapeake, took about a year, and it was not as extensive when it comes to community engagement. So I'm projecting this one's going to take at least a year, and I think that's a lofty goal. The good thing about Charlottesville, we've already started redevelopment, so we've taken care of 2 sites, which won't be included in the entire process. They'll be included as what we're projected to do, but it won't have to go into detail of what should be built there at those 2 sites because they've already been approved for funding and site plan, and they already have been planned by the residents.
So in February of 2019, I think I read the city had withheld, and it was about $180,000, I think it was, with the idea that would go toward the sustainability plan. Am I stating that correctly?
Correct. It's $191,000.
Okay, 191. So, and do we have an idea of what a reasonable estimate is of a price?
We did the same thing in Chesapeake for a little over $100,000.
So is it reasonable to think that the 191 that is being withheld would be sufficient to do the job that you're looking to do here?
Yes, I do think that. My only concern is currently the discussion is the money cannot be utilized or used until the city council has approved the plan, which I don't know a lot of firms who would be willing to wait 1.5 years to get paid, especially when they're using a team approach, where one firm may be doing the scope and another firm may be doing the other portion.
Well, Mr. Sales, what you're asking is not, is once I think I sent this email earlier out to council, but once the bids come in and there's been a firm selected, whatever that payment schedule is, at that point, by then council will have seen this plan scope of work. And so we'll know what the requested payment schedule is too, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that means that we wouldn't be asking a firm to wait a year and a half for payment then, right?
That's what we will hope. Yes.
Yeah.
But I think the way it's currently written is it could be misleading and make it feel like it's not until council has approved the end plan,
The end
all
result.
the work, the end result, and the plan that they actually create, which is causing the concern.
Yes.
I just want to get a little clarification, might be from Miss Kelly, in terms of the amount that we allocated. I'm just trying to go back because I know we talked about it a little bit earlier today. Was this money that we were basically a forgiveness of other expenses that were incurred as part of this, or is this actually money that we're holding that we're going to be giving CRHA? Because I was understanding it to be the former.
So it's very confusing, but it was money that was basically due to the city, that the city said, let's waive those if we are provided the sustainability plan. So the money is actually deducted currently from funding to go to the housing authority that can be basically allowed to be used and provided to them. So basically, if the housing authority does not do a sustainability plan, this money that was deducted from funding that could go to them, they won't get. Did that confuse it even more?
So there is money. It's not that they owe us they owed us that chunk of money and we said, now you owe us less, and that they're holding the money. This is money that we have that they can draw from. That's what I wanted clarification. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I guess, so that's our probably first discussion point. Is there agreement to allow the housing authority to submit a plan with us with a payment schedule, and that we will release those funds once we receive that payment schedule? And examples that were given to me today was that they may request half the money when half the work is done and the other half at the end. So in an example like that, but we don't know what it will be, but in an example like that, that we would allow them to request half of the funds from us or whatever the payment schedule is. And by that point, we would have seen the documents that have come in regarding the bid and the work that they will be doing.
I'm comfortable with that part of it. The more part I want to talk about, I think you're probably going to get to next, is just how we have some accountability for this actually getting done, given that we asked for this in the spring of 2019.
Okay, so
I'm fine with what you just proposed, and us when we get to that point where they actually have an engaged consultant, that we do allow them to move forward and pay them along with that payment schedule with these funds. I'm in support of that.
Okay.
What is the sort of standard? I mean, is there some sort of an initial payment to get started, the activation fee, so to speak? Or is it when they don't get paid until a certain amount of work is done and there's a deliverable? What's the industry standard in this kind of thing?
So it really depends. So in Chesapeake, we set up payment standards based upon the task orders. So we had several tasks, and each task was assigned a dollar value based upon the total contract amount. And then there was another payment at the final delivery and at draft delivery and final delivery.
So no upfront payment?
No upfront payment, no. No mobilization payment. Sorry.
Okay. So Counselor Hill, do you have questions about what what the accountability measures need to be? Do you have some suggestions? Do you want to hear from CRHA?
Well, I hear that there's a concern that if we have this requirement in the ordinance, that it could be inhibitive of them being able to press forward with getting just the LIHTC application process. And we don't want to do that. At the same time, I'm just trying to understand, is there an opinion maybe among our staff on ways that we can ensure that, like, I want to know that by the time we get to that third draw, which is our intention, that we're seeing real progress made towards, a reasonable end to the sustainability study, because I just think that the longer this goes on, it's not to our advantage. I mean, I just feel like we need to understand what this whole holistic, approach is going to look like. And I know that's why we asked for it from the onset, trying to make it part of, some of us wanted to have it to be done in the first phase, just to understand, what does this look like holistically? How are you going to make sure that you can continue to maintain these units? What does the build out plan look like that comes along with it? How do residents feel about that? So I feel like we just have to have something that is committing to by the time we get to that third payment, that we're going to be well on our way to having a sustainability plan underway and that work done. And so I'm guessing I'm less optimistic that March is when the third draw will be happening, but I mean, who am I to say? But I just think that by the time we even, 6 months from now, we should really have a better understanding of the scope of this being worked on in earnest and having a deadline within a 12-month period of start. Otherwise, I'm just concerned it could keep going or possibly not get done.
So, Mr. Sales, any recommendations there?
So the first two projects have gone through the VHDA, the banks, National Housing Trust Fund, Federal Home Loan Bank of Atlanta, to ensure that it's feasible. So the first two projects, they've cleared all of those hurdles. And those are some major funders that are also a part of the group to fund the entire two projects. So they have cleared the feasibility and sustainability hurdle. And we are prepared to lock in the requirement that we cannot move forward with the third project, which would be phase 2 of South First Street, which we've already received a low-income housing tax credit allocation for. So they have also approved how we have budgeted and the feasibility of that project as well. But we're willing to lock in on that project to ensure that we're going to have a sustainability plan. We agree that we need one. We support the idea. I've been working on a scope of work the last month. I've met with FAR, I've met with the redevelopment committee. It's been in front of the board. I've heard their advice, feedback. We've changed some things, and we were prepared to send it to the council. But there was some discussion about the study in general, whether it was needed. So we agree that we need it, we want it, but we don't want to tie it to these first two projects because we're not going to close. And I think Jeff Meyer can give you more information about that, but we're not going to be able to close with that requirement in there and not being able to show that we've already satisfied it, which we have not.
What is the timeline at which you foresee getting into that second phase of South First Street that would then coincide if you're requesting for us to move it from the third draw of phase 1 to the first draw of phase 2? What timeline are we talking about?
We're well over a year away from closing on phase 2. So it would give us enough time to complete a sustainability plan.
So what you're saying is that before you close on that project?
Yes.
Or
so
you start?
Yeah, so put it in that agreement, which will hold us to the sustainability plan and not receiving the funding. I mean, I think you all have already approved the bond funding at a previous meeting. So the funding's there, but we won't be able to touch it until we have a sustainability plan that's been approved by council.
And I think that's everyone's goal, at least when I started hearing the conversations about whether a sustainability plan was needed or not. I spoke with counselors. I've talked to you, Mr. Sales, about the fact that, that was something that was agreed upon, that it hasn't, no one has said that we don't need it. It's something that I think, based on all the conversations that I've been a part of, that, and even Mr. Norris, we've talked about, this. And so I don't think that anyone, that it would be very helpful to just understanding long-term the direction that we're going and, for the housing authority. So I understand that was kind of thrown out there, but I'm glad that everyone feels the same about that it's a necessary process.
And all that seems reasonable to me. I think my goal and probably everyone's goal is, like the information you sent a few days ago that's now on the website as well as looking at the sustainability plan, somewhat in that context in terms of if we're able to get greater assurance and stability there that ultimately more people will be able to get housing. There'll be a greater assurance that long-term units are able to be maintained and remain high quality and affordable and livable, and avoid as much as possible the situation in the past where with public housing where there's an upfront initial investment and 30-40 years from now it's not maintained and not in a sustainable place. And the goal is certainly not sustainability plan in the context of trying to have housing authority try to operate more profitably necessarily. I know that's maybe framework to look. Some people might look at a sustainability plan in other places. I don't think that's our intention at all. It's again just trying to ensure that as many people are able to be housed and have high quality housing long term. And certainly, I'm certainly willing to be flexible. I think our intention is not at all to have this jeopardize any funding or jeopardize these projects. And if you feel confident that it can be tied to closing on the beginning of the second phase without it sacrificing or jeopardizing any of that funding, that's something that I'm open to. Because again, I think our intention is not at all to try to jeopardize or put at risk any of these projects.
I agree with Councilor. I don't think everyone is very much on board with wanting this project to go forward. But I do think, seeing as this was originally asked for a year and a half ago, and I understand this was not something, there's been a lot of reasons as to why. And again, it's something you have inherited. But I do think we do need to tie that firmly with the second. If we're going to move it to that second phase, it needs to be tied very firmly to that and a clear understanding in the community that, this isn't about trying to stop affordable housing. This is to make sure that the affordable housing can continue and not be utilized for its unintended purposes down the roads in some way because it hasn't been sustainable. So I definitely am willing to give that flexibility, but again, with the understanding that it will be pretty much a firm line onto that next phase then.
And I'm in the same position. I will say, I'm not sure it ever made a lot of sense to tie a sustainability plan to the third payment out of a project, as though we were going to tell everybody to stop work until on the project that's already under construction while we wait for this new document to arrive. It makes a lot more sense to tie it to the closing on the first payment on the next phase than to try to do it exactly the way it's done. So I'm certainly fine with changing that detail of it.
Okay. Would you still like for Jeff to speak?
Hey, he's here.
Okay.
And he was also going to talk about the property tax increase issue.
Yes.
Councilor Hill, did you have any other? I know you've been concerned.
I'm just trying to remember. I'm gonna go back to what the list was from this morning to make sure that we've covered our bases. But the tax thing was new to me in a way too. That was something that I was just still working through in my head. So I'm happy to hear.
Okay.
Thank you, city councilors and Mayor Walker. So I think you're asking me to address the issue of the property tax. If you were unaware, the CRHA, going back to 1965, I believe, has a cooperation agreement with the city whereby they do not pay property taxes for the property that they own and operate as housing. But they do make a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot that's mentioned in the ordinances. And it averages about $8,000 per property. I think Mr. Sells said they pay annually about $80,000 or $85,000 a year for all the properties. We did a little bit of research on what the proposed improvements to these two particular properties would generate in terms of an assessment with the city assessor, and what that would result in terms of tax liability. And just for those two projects alone, it would run about the $85,000. And when we underwrote these projects originally, with an eye toward making an investment through the low-income housing tax credit program, we underwrote them as pilot projects. In other words, that the taxes would be waived, or that the properties would continue to make the pilot payments to the city. So obviously the difference between what the assessed tax liability for these properties would be and the pilot is all the difference in the world in terms of economic feasibility. So no one is going to go forward with lending money or investing money into the project if we understand from the very beginning that they're not going to be economically feasible because they have to pay the full liability for property tax. And I think that's why the city staff has made an effort to try and accommodate that dysfunction, I guess, in terms of their ordinance, and how we can overcome the difference between the property tax liability and the pilot. And so the only concern that I have in reading through the document is that there is a bit of a contradiction where it asks the city to provide the subsidy to each property to pay the property taxes, but then it says in the next paragraph that the city council future city councils can't be held to whatever this city council determines.
Yeah.
So I think the concern would be that a future city council could overturn what's written in the ordinance here. And I don't know what mechanism other than this city council funding the entire tax liability for the initial compliance period of 15 years. I don't know what other mechanism you could have that would ensure that these properties would not be taxed at their full tax liability.
Is there someone on staff that would like to speak to that?
Just out of curiosity, is there anything in this agreement that wouldn't stop us from having the full tax liability now?
This is Lisa Robertson. I'll address that issue. The reason that the language is in these ordinances, as well as the arrangement that you'll see with Piedmont Housing, is that there's a provision of law in Virginia, and I believe it's even a function of the Virginia Constitution, that says that a locality can't do what they call pledge its full faith and credit to the funding of private obligations. You can budget for payment of your obligations from one fiscal year to the next, but you can't enter into binding obligations over a long term that aren't subject to what we call a non-appropriations clause. So these types of arrangements, it is very normal for them to have this language. We've built in as much wording as we can to talk about making promises that you budget for it, that you consider it, but there just is not a way that you can make this type of ongoing obligation a long-term binding one. It is correct that, for example, if you wanted to take someone, I think today shared a number of roughly $1.5 million as being the anticipated tax liability over the course of the next 15 years. You could fund it up front, as people have suggested, and you could take that money out of your use and place it into something like an escrow agreement and establish terms and conditions that would have to be satisfied on an annual basis in order for the private project owner to be able to draw down those funds. And so we would, that would be sort of a separate parallel agreement that would have to be undertaken. But if you do that, all of that money comes out of your current fiscal year funds, whether it's from a CIP or your operating budget, and it would be placed in that escrow agreement now, and you would not have the use of that money over the next 15 years. So that is an alternative way to do it if you are willing to add sort of that additional 1.5 million to the upfront commitment that you're interested in making. The other thing that I'll just note is we did have a meeting with Mr. Meyer and Mr. Norris and Mr. Sales to talk through the tax issues, and the Housing Authority had its legal counsel on that meeting as well. And it is a very complicated situation, but it's just not one that's easily resolved under Virginia law. Virginia law has very specific provisions that state that when property is transferred from a tax-exempt entity to a non-exempt entity, those taxes become chargeable to the non-exempt owner. And while the LIHTC program offers federal income tax benefits to the investors, those investors are not nonprofit entities, and even when an entity is nonprofit, that doesn't necessarily make them exempt from local real estate taxation. And so there are a lot of 501c3 organizations that wouldn't necessarily even in that situation be exempt from real estate taxes. There's also not a statutory waiver process, and there just isn't really an easy way to solve the problem. But we have used this type of clause in other arrangements that the city has entered into, particularly performance agreements used through CETA in the past. So this is not something new. We didn't pull this out of thin air. It's very similar to what's being proposed for PHA. But if you don't have a comfort level with that for these housing authority projects, and you're comfortable with the estimate that you've got, I do agree that putting all of that money into an escrow agreement with parameters about how it's to be drawn down to cover the tax payments over the first 15 years is a potential alternative.
And I think we should also Ms. Shelton, maybe about this, because part of my concern, not thinking, talking to Sunshine over the weekend and council, about the TIF, which I have been concerned about since it was presented. And in that case, we're going to get to it. But I feel like, in his case, he's taken a loan out at a 4.5% interest rate because we never considered, in terms of staff, another alternative. And so then it's projected that you'll pay $2 to $3 million more dollars. And so the request for that is a $6 million total. And then we're here talking about additional 1.5 million. And I have questions about whether that was bondable. Is this something that we could have included for this particular project in the dollars that we just have? And if not, which it doesn't matter now because we already submitted that. I know you can do it at other times of the year, but just what staff thoughts about, because we're going to have this discussion back to back. And so it's just, at least for us to know where this potential, I guess, $4 million. And we also need to have the broader conversation about the fact that we're doing these two major projects at one time. And this isn't the only request that's going to come from CRHA or PHA. And I just think if there's a vote in favor of this, which I think that both of these projects are very important, and I think the other counselors agree, then we need to understand our limitation on doing any other major projects while we figure out these two projects.
Well, I see Ms. Hamill is on the call, and I would ask that maybe she address some of this in terms of your financial situation at this point.
Yeah, so I think the question was regarding whether or not we could actually bond for the property taxes. That is, I'm going to defer to our bond counsel for the specific answer, but my first brush at that would probably be no, that we probably could not bond, issue a bond to pay ourselves back for taxes. But we can certainly follow up with that and get you the formal answer.
And if not, I think there's just some questions surrounding where is the possible funding for additional dollars for these large projects. What does that look like?
You mean in terms of bonds?
No, and not in terms of bonds, in terms of, is there dollars that the city currently has somewhere that if it's not bondable, which I didn't think that PHA was anyway, is there any options or flexibility there?
So you're correct. The PHA project is cash funded. The CRHA was contemplated with bonds. There's no, you have a little bit of money in your contingency, but strictly speaking, there's not a pot of money that would be available for this. It would be an idea of where we would need to go and actually set priorities and probably reprogram from something else, or try to find money from the general fund to put more money into the CIP. So again, it would be, setting a priority that this is where you want to direct the money and choosing between that and something else.
And are you speaking in relation to just the yearly commitment over, if the arrangement was yearly paying the property taxes over this 15-year period, or the situation of providing that lump sum of money up front in an escrow agreement?
I'm speaking for the lump sum. Typically, if we were going to do this over an annual amount, that's something that's a little bit more reasonable to try to build into a budget. And that's what we've done with several other performance agreements. But if we're looking for a couple $1 million up front, that's a pretty sizable amount.
Right. I guess a question for relating to the investors in the project is the concern for investors in the project uncertainty around, if it passes in terms of, we can't lock in spending for future councils, but we have it as that goal. That in and of itself, is that a problem for the investors, or is the problem more that should it reach a point where a future council decides they don't want to fulfill that commitment, that at that point it triggers the problem?
Yeah, it's the uncertainty. And in most cases, in most other communities, there's one notable exception, that kind of spoiled the milk, so to speak. Most other communities with housing authorities that have done projects like these, the city has their localities have continued to waive the taxes, and whether they actually could do that or not under state law, no one has ever really questioned it. So they've kind of turned their head, and that's sort of what what we're trying to address today is the uncertainty that comes around that. In some fashion, be able to provide some certainty that in year 7 or year 15, a new city council isn't going to decide we have the right to, and we want to collect the taxes from this property because under state law you can.
So let's say these projects both get built and 3 years from now they're finished. Do we have an expectation of what their value would be at that point, what their market value would be, what the tax base would be?
Yes, we did go over that with Mr. Davis, the tax assessor.
Okay, and what is that number?
I think I recall the discussion was something around $6 million for Crescent Halls, and a similar number for South First Street.
Okay, so $12 million, that's going to be about $110,000 a year at the current tax rate.
Roughly, yeah. I think it was.
And that was just for phase 1 for South First Street?
Right. And it was slightly less, I think, the number that we came up with, but that's very close.
I think what Mr. Sales shared was 57,000 annually for Crescent Halls and 38,000 for South First Street phase 1.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so 95,000. And what are the pilot payments right now? Or do I understand there is a pilot payment being made now? Is that right?
Yeah, I think the pilot payment for Crescent Halls right now is $8,000. And of course, South First Street phase 1 is vacant land. So it's a part of the existing South First Street public housing development.
Gotcha.
But I'm hearing I don't think that we have $1.5 million that we can put aside right now to sit in escrow for that period of time to be tied up. And what's been proposed is giving some angst. I'm just trying to understand, where is there a path forward? Like that's close to this language and what we're trying to accomplish through that, if that's what council ends up supporting, that will be amenable to CRHA.
Is it possible that the city could do a portion of it this year and a portion of it next year to make the 1.5 million at your next budget cycle?
Depends on COVID.
I'm not in a position to say yes to that right now.
Any
way that the developer fee could be used for some of that.
That's one of my questions I had, was that $1 million developer fee. Like, what does that go towards?
Well, there's already been some.
Half of it is going to fill the gap to fill the funding gap for the project. And we anticipate being able to utilize that money to pay off the loans that are on the project at the end of the 15 years to purchase the project and to fund other redevelopment opportunities.
Oh, Michael, I can't hear you.
Hear me now?
Yep.
I mean, again, I think a major challenge is going to be if the approach is either this year over 2 years in escrow. Our budget picture is pretty brutal, and there's still substantial uncertainty about what the impact of COVID will be this budget cycle. And as was mentioned, I mean, that approach requires explicitly identifying where those cuts are going to come from. And those are going to be very substantial and connect to a lot of very important programs. And it is, I think, I don't think there's any way around that being a enormous challenge for this budget cycle, particularly at this time in the context of what the coronavirus has done to tax revenues. I mean, I just think that's the brutal reality.
I would also just real quickly sort of like to weigh in. There was some earlier discussion about why staff structured these agreements one way for PHA and another for the Housing Authority. And I'd just like to remind everyone that prior city councils specified to us that the funding for CRHA needed to come from bond proceeds, and that as we got closer to doing the agreements, what our bond counsel told us is that a loan transaction would, in the CRHA project, preclude the use of bonded funds. So if both projects had been anticipated to come out of your cash or your operating funds or your CIP, we most likely would have structured both of them as loans. But you would still have the same tax issues for each of them, because the issue is that the money someone's saving in income taxes, they don't want to have to pay in real estate taxes. And that's under the LIGHTC program and the way that those projects are funded, that's for those investors and project owners, the trade-offs. But I do want to remind everyone that very specifically the reason why we structured these things differently is because City Council told us that the funding for the CRHA projects needed to come from bond proceeds. And as we got further and further along, the loan transaction, either from the city to CRHA, or the CRHA's desire or CCDC's desire to loan funds to the project, we couldn't use the type of bond proceeds that, at least not for tax exempt bonds for those projects. So if we had known all that earlier in the project, we possibly could have structured both of them as loans, but that wasn't going to change anything about the tax issues.
Ms. Robertson, why, I guess, what maybe many of us was thinking that CRHA would have been able to continue under the current parameters that they're operating under, and that the transfer of, the transfer to the nonprofit or the tax, the low income tax credit, that transfer is making it now not able to fall under that same structure. So would you speak to that a bit?
For the financing?
Yes. So the taxes paid.
The taxes are no different depending on how it's structured. So even if it was structured as a loan, just like the PHA project, we'd still have the taxes.
No, the agreement that CRHA currently has.
So CRHA currently owns all of its public housing units. And since the 1950s, under HUD regulations, there's an agreement called a cooperation agreement, whereby because the housing authority is tax exempt and it doesn't actually have to pay local real estate taxes. The housing authority, much like other public housing authorities in other places, has made a payment in lieu of taxes to the city each year, which is called a pilot. And what CRHA's attorney has told us is that because the redeveloped units are not going to be owned by CRHA, we can't keep receiving the pilot. So for the new units, we won't be able to get the pilot. And because the project owner is a for-profit private entity that's not exempt from local real estate taxes, under state law, in my opinion, in the opinion of the city attorney's office, a private entity such as the project owner is responsible for the taxes. But that being said, we have on occasion over any number of years facilitated economic development through the use of performance agreements that reimburse people their taxes in this very same type of arrangement. We've done it for non-housing projects. We had no problem approving it, setting up an arrangement for the PHA Lightsey project. There's no problem using this arrangement for housing. It is scary to people to see that non-appropriations clause type language, which is you have to acknowledge in your documents that this isn't necessarily a binding obligation, but we've done it before, and as long as everyone recognizes that funding as a priority, to the point where you may lose a key component of your affordable housing strategy if you don't make budget provisions for that subsidy every year. You may lose the housing that you're trying to obtain, which is the housing for the lowest segments of income, household income. So there's this very strong incentive for you all to fund it every year. And that's the easier way for you to fund it, is on an annual basis. It's just, we just can't tell you that it is a legally binding obligation over 15 years. The law doesn't allow us to do that. And I know, I don't challenge Mr. Meyer's assertion that other communities with housing authorities have done this, but once somebody asks the legal question, we have to give you our best legal answer. And I just can't tell you that the private sector project owner is tax exempt. And if they're not tax exempt, there's just no provision in state law that allows you to just waive those taxes. And that's very specifically why we've used these performance agreements over the years for other economic development projects. If you had the ability to waive taxes to get economic development or affordable housing, it would be a lot easier.
And another question in terms of, so if they still owns the land, because when you get your real estate taxes, it's for the land, and then so will the taxes, are they tax exempt for the land portion of the taxes or none of it?
They would be, as best I can tell. There's a state law provision that expressly allows the land to be separated out from the buildings that will be the project.
Mm-hmm.
And Mayor Walker, if I may, and I'll just ask Lisa to address this. It is also worth noting that, we're talking taxes here and the non-appropriation clause, but the city for multi-year contracts through the procurement process also includes this non-appropriation clause. Isn't that correct? That in our multi-year procurement contracts, all of them contain a non-appropriation clause?
That's correct. Anytime the city enters into a contract that's going to require some sort of performance over more than one full fiscal year, we're required to put what we call this non-appropriations clause in. Doesn't make the contract invalid, but it just acknowledges that, you know, the legal nature of the particular promise.
So, Mr. Sales, you don't know yet if this is going to be a problem. You are thinking it's going to be a problem, or you know for sure it's going to be a problem?
Well, I think it really depends on what the Knicks Council is willing to do when it's time to pay property taxes again. But Jeff Meyer may be able to answer that question.
It's definitely going to be a problem if the next council decides they want to collect taxes on the property, or any council over the next 15 years.
And so I guess my question is, if, as it's written, if we vote on it in its next session and it's passed that way, you will still be able to go forward with the projects in this moment, or no?
I think we'll make every effort to go forward with the project. I can't say that that something won't come up, you know, once the language that's in the ordinance becomes something that, you know, that our other partners, the other funders are going to read. Everyone is going to review all the documents. So the last piece of this, or one of the last pieces, is the city's agreement to, you know, to make the funds available for the, you know, for the development of the property. But it also contains the clause about the property taxes. And so once other folks read it, you know, I can't say for sure that that won't prevent them from wanting to go forward.
Well, you at least have 3 council members on here who are just in their first year, so they will be here for at least another 3 years. And so that's, you know, I know that doesn't do anything in terms of paperwork or what you can promise, but you are hearing the commitment at this time. And so.
Well, and I mean, and I 100% get the uncertainty in it. I mean, certainly all of us 3 new counselors are 100% committed to it. I would evaluate future councils being, again, there's always uncertainty, but like 100% committed to it and wanting to keep it. And we've kept that commitment in the past with all similar arrangements, at least to my knowledge. And it's just obviously the challenge is it's not difficult fiscally for us to fund that each year and maintain that, but to put it all up front in 1 year, especially at this time, is a challenge. But I certainly get the uncertainty, but I think the community and the council has a 100% commitment to this.
It's really appreciated, you know, and on behalf of all the folks that have been involved in this development, I think we certainly appreciate the city's, in both of these developments, the city's approach and their willingness to cooperate. Let me just ask a question. Is there a mechanism, and I guess it's to Ms. Robertson, but is there a mechanism where, since these properties never paid taxes before, this would be new revenue to the city, essentially? In the first year, when the taxes are paid, is it possible for the city to set aside those funds in a fashion that would be self-generating? In other words, that would be in kind of an escrow account that future city council couldn't necessarily tamper with easily, but could be available only to support the operations, namely the property tax payment for these properties in the next year. And then, you know, it could kind of be like a round robin where they grant the funds from that escrow account to the properties, they pay the taxes with it, it goes back into the lockbox or the escrow or whatever, and then continues to be paid, so that it would only be 1 year's worth of subsidy, but it would in somehow guarantee that that money is going to be there. in future years? Is there some type of mechanism like that?
I suppose so. I mean, I think that if you can put $1.5 million in an escrow fund up front, you can put a much smaller amount. You can put $85,000 in an escrow account up front. But again, I think that is something that the city council in that budget cycle could make the decision about once that happens. So I don't really even, when is the first date on which you anticipate having a tax bill to be paid for the new projects?
Well, the property will transfer over to the taxable entity in the next 30 days. So whichever.
Does the assessor send you a tax bill before the, you might get one for Crescent Halls. I don't know if you'll get one for phase 1 until there's actually something built. But yeah, I think there are some possibilities, but the bottom line is that at least at the outset, tonight, if we want to move forward with getting your funding squared away, getting it approved, I think that either what's written into the ordinance or an upfront escrow of the entire amount are the two possibilities, the concrete possibilities for consideration tonight.
Can I ask a question in terms of why was it an arrangement with Chris Engel explored for this project?
So what you should understand is that the arrangements with PHA, we believe you can do directly for the Housing Authority under the statutory provisions that govern these ordinances. We think you can do directly what in the past for, in particular, economic development projects, the city has not been able to do directly and had to do through CETA. Mm-hmm. And so it's the same arrangement, and your arrangements with CETA are that CETA pays it, but you have to fund that CETA payment. So in both cases, that subsidy is coming from the city. Mm-hmm. So in the arrangement with PHA, it's a subsidy coming through a performance agreement entered into with CETA, but that subsidy is being funded by City Council. So in both cases, City Council is funding the real estate taxes.
Yes.
And then,
and I just ask because I don't think that that's clear for everyone.
Right.
I guess it's not relevant necessarily in that case to this decision that would be made tonight, but would that arrangement that you mentioned, Mr. Meyer, operate similar to like a TIF or something like that? Or am I off there?
No, I mean,
so was just saying that the city is able to do directly with CRHA.
Right. So the question has always been, the reason that we've used CETA in the past for these types of agreements is that the law is very restrictive about whether or not the city council can use its general fund monies to give directly to a private entity for either economic development or other private purposes. There has to be a public purpose. And under state law, the economic development authorities are allowed to make those types of agreements or loans or grants. And so in the past, for a number of private entities, we've always used that pass through as the mechanism for getting that city council subsidy into the hands of a private developer. But there are statutes now that allow city council to fund the rehabilitation or the new construction of affordable dwelling units, and you are allowed to provide that funding directly to a private entity if you'd like to do that. So both the arrangement that we're using with PHA, which is the format that we've used in the past, and the provisions that we've written into the Housing Authority ordinance are currently allowed for the funding of affordable housing projects.
This is Chris Engel. I would just add, Ms. Robertson explained it well. I can't add much more to that other than the fact that Mr. Meyer could potentially benefit from the reference to the performance agreements that have been done in the past, have been fulfilled. One has been completely fulfilled. It was a 5-year agreement. It was paid annually. It was worked into the budget immediately upon passing, and there was never any question about its payment. The second one is about 3/4 the way through of its process and has not had any hiccups either. So for what that's worth in terms of comfort to your investors and owners, I would offer that.
I feel like we're at a point where I think we're all aligned that, so did we come to some kind of agreement? So we have to change some language, I guess, around the timing of the sustainability plan. So I guess it's going now to be with the beginning of the phase 2 of the South First Street. So that's one change. And then at this point, it just seems like the language around the taxing we have to stick with. Is that where we're at?
Well, I think a possibility to explore.
What was that?
I said, I think Chris Engel just offered a possibility that could be explored.
I don't know that I did. I think that I was trying to offer some comfort to the fact that if this is structured in such a way that the funds are set aside annually, that there's never been an issue with that past.
Yeah, our track record, the
track record is solid.
With this way or the way that it's it's written for the next item.
I think it's essentially the same.
Way
Ms. Hamill could I'm sorry. Ms. Hamill could probably weigh in, but I think from a city budgetary perspective, it's the same mechanism annually to set some money aside for, whether it's a payment through a performance agreement or a payment to an entity that there's an agreement with.
Yeah, and I'll just draw your attention when we were talking about the budget and setting aside the reserve from the CIP, there was a portion of that reserve that we actually pulled out separately. It was $250,000 for performance agreements. Those are the dollars that we're referencing here for the existing transfers that go to CETA for the performance agreements that are already in place. So this would be a similar thing. Both the CRHA money for the subsidy would go there, as well as the PHA. The only difference would be that the PHA subsidy amount would be transferred to CETA for CETA to pay to PHA, and the city would then pay this to CRHA. But the budget would be in that citywide reserve.
Mm-hmm. As just a performance agreement, and just so I'm very clear, what it basically CRHA or the taxable entity of CRHA would be paying us the property taxes, then we'd basically just be paying it right back to them.
Or some other arrangement. What we've written into this ordinance is that when the project owner receives the tax bill, it should contact the city manager's office immediately, and the city manager, in consultation with the assessor and the treasurer, will determine whether that has to be paid first and reimbursed, or whether there's some internal mechanism by which a credit can be given or something. We haven't really gotten down into the weeds on how this direct subsidy would work. We know how we've used it through CETA before, but all we've said in this ordinance is that when you receive that tax bill, bring it in and we'll create a structure by which that subsidy can be paid.
And so, Lisa, could we explore the conversation that came up a bit ago about whether for a period of time or just the first year, if that's the only thing that we could agree to, that money would then become the escrow account that was discussed earlier?
I think so. Certainly the language that's in this ordinance, any possibility that would facilitate the city's planning and provide a source of funding for this payment. So once that first tax bill came in and that subsidy was authorized to cover the tax bill, where that gets set aside, that money is just your money. So the taxes get paid and they go into the general fund, and that subsidy comes out of the general fund. So it's just moving around, your own money. But if you to put that dollar amount, once you knew the amount of that first tax, if you chose to set up an escrow at that time and you thought that the easiest, after talking with Chrissy or Ryan, if you thought that going forward in escrow was the best situation, you could have that conversation at that time under the language in this ordinance. Mr. Blair looks like he needs to say something.
The only thing I want to say here is another option. And again, there's a level of trust here, but I would think we could also just set up a capital line item for this. And here's the only reason I want to say this is that escrow, you pay a fee, right, to the escrow agent. And I don't, I'm sure CRHA, Mr. Meyer and his group, if you can avoid paying the fee to escrow, I would say, it's usually 1 or 2%, but still, it's still, I think, you don't want to pay that money if you don't have to. And if there was a level of trust with the city to just put that money in a capital account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think anything that avoid fees, we talked about that a lot today. If that can be explored so over the next and 2 weeks, is this something that staff, that you all could clean up before we vote on it?
Based on your conversation, the only thing we would need to amend in both of these ordinances would be delete the sustainability plan reference from the requirements for drawdown number 3.
Mm-hmm.
So we would delete that. Unless I'm missing something, the conversation about how might we plan to make provisions on an ongoing basis, if you look in both of these ordinances, it basically leaves open the possibility for staff to work with the project owner to figure out how the subsidy can be delivered in a way that potentially might not even require them to have to pay it up front. We've left that open, but at any rate, it makes provisions for the subsidy, and it builds in a lot of flexibility as to how that subsidy would work.
But is this something that we could state that we would be including year 1 tax payments after the city makes that payment? We would create this capital line item and add those dollars to that. I understand it's.
I don't think that's for the ordinance,
but that it would be clear in the budget.
suppose, Lisa, we could look at a resolution of intent, something of that nature. I don't know.
Yeah, we could. That's typically not something you would necessarily do in an agreement with an outside party, but you could adopt your own sort of fiscal policy that talks about setting up a capital line item to provide a source of funding. Chrissy, you're going to have to help me out here.
Yeah, I mean, we could add something to the CIP, that would become part of the 5-year plan that would say, performance agreement or whatever you want to call it. And it would become an expenditure line item. And then that would just be part of something that would have to be funded, via cash or whatever. It would just become part of the funding plan of the CIP.
Mhm.
But it would set forth the idea that there is a plan and the intent is that you're going to fund this over, the 5 years,
Mhm.
at least.
And would that become the line item for all of the performance agreements?
I would think not, because I think we already have an established, methodology for the others. We could, it's just a transfer from the general fund to the CIP, then to CETA, for some of the others. But if we wanted to set this one aside, to be very specific to address this concern, then I would suggest keeping it separate.
Okay.
only other
So
piece
I
I
think
know-
that's something that can be done by you without writing it into these ordinances. But if you would like to make arrangements for that to be done before you vote on these ordinances, that would be fine.
Is this a 2-reading ordinance?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
So if we vote on it tonight with a few
No,
of those.
we're not voting.
Oh, we're not. Okay, never
No,
mind.
we're just going to recommend maybe for the consent agenda. With this change that we've just said around the sustainability study. Because the only other thing that Mr. Sales mentioned this morning, which I do think that we did address, was the payments would be lump sums that he could draw from. Mr. Sales, you agree that that latest version of our ordinance reflects that?
Yes.
Each of the ordinances provides half of the money upfront in the first payment and then divides the other half of the money between two subsequent payments, number 2 and number 3.
Because one of your comments this morning was about borrow and then having to have reimbursables, and that's not how I didn't think that's how we set it up.
I thought that was about paying for the sustainability plan.
No, he said concern number 2, reimbursement of funding instead of providing a lump sum at a time. And I thought that our latest versions reflected this lump sum agreement. So I wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page there.
The agreement may state that, but it still says reimbursement as a title for, give me a second, Section 4B, title is disbursements as reimbursement for expenditures.
We can edit that word out. The intention is that each of the payments has a set of documents that need to be demonstrated in order to draw it down, but it's not necessarily reimbursement. That first payment, for example, just requires proof that that HUD has approved the projects and some other things. And so each drawdown has its own collection of things to be demonstrated, but as long as those documents are available, the money would be available.
Okay. Well, if that is the case, then that satisfies that concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Are there
everybody.
any other? Everyone, we're good? Okay. So this is, there's agreement to move this to the consent agenda.
Yep.
With those changes.
Yes.
Next up, it's the recovery agreement, which was mentioned some here, but I'll turn it over. The approving of recovery agreement between the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority and the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and the City of Charlottesville.
Yes, so I think that's mine to present. So the recovery agreement is between between HUD, the City of Charlottesville, and the Housing Authority, and it was created to address the troubled status that the Housing Authority received during the audit. That audit found physical deficiencies, accounting errors with the collection of rent, tenant accounts receivables. So we were not collecting rent for units that were filled. We do believe in not evicting families because that just puts other stress on other services that the city has to fund. So we try not to evict any family for non-payment of rent. We've worked with families with repayment agreements, and we try to work on repayment agreements that they can actually afford. So we go over their budget. We try to figure out where there's some extra money to cover late payments. So we've been doing that, and we've actually created a eviction diversion program that we've asked to be funded through CDBG CV. So that will come in front of you guys, hopefully, and it will get funded, and that will allow us to work more with the families to address non-payment of rent. The other issue, mass vacancies. So when I got to the Housing Authority in August, we were severely understaffed in the maintenance department, which caused some issues with turning vacant units, addressing work orders, addressing physical deficiencies inside the units and exterior. If you drive through the sites, they look 1,000% better. We've taken care of the outside. We're taking care of vacancies. We've done a large number of vacancies. We're working with partners like Habitat, who we've reached an agreement with to help assist us with turning vacant units. They've pledged to complete at least 7 vacancies. We have hired a contractor, which is not the most feasible way to address the issue. A contractor typically charges about $25,000 to turn a vacant unit. It costs us around $11,000 to turn a vacant unit. So it's much easier and feasible financially for us to turn a vacant unit than pay a contractor. But we have hired a contractor to do 3 units. But like I said, it's not the most feasible, but we need to turn the units as fast as we can to get them filled. We have a wait list of individuals that need housing. So we really just have an issue with turning the unit. So we're addressing that. We're working through that issue. Another issue we had was the mismanagement of the HCV program. That program had, I believe, about $625,000 in reserves for vouchers to be filled. Thus far, since August the 1st, we've filled 42 vouchers. We have an additional 55 on the street, with 16 expected to be leased up this month. So we are really doing a number on that program. We have applied for additional funding for 40 more vouchers. We submitted the application last week. We hope to get that approved. We've received a grant to address some of the vacancy issues, which assisted us with hiring additional employees. That grant was for about $658,000. So that's really going to assist us with sustaining the vacancies and keeping them low. We're expected to have HUD expects us to have a 3% vacancy, which means we would only have about 10 units vacant. We are projected to clear all our vacancies by the end of the year. At our current rate, we're averaging about 3 to 4 vacancies a week, which is really good compared to what it was before. Our work orders, we're averaging about 10 open work orders at any given time. And that includes work orders that required ordered parts or parts that are on back order or some other issue that we just can't resolve. So we try our best to get to them. And I think if you ask the residents, they would say we've done a much better job with addressing their concerns. I mean, over the weekends, I keep going back to this one incident where a resident in Crescent Halls reached out to me on a Saturday, and it was a holiday weekend, so no one was going to be in the office on Monday, and the trash compactor was backed up. We were able to address that in hours when previously it had taken days to address. So the residents are starting to see that, and I think we're really getting some good buy-in, and we're addressing all their concerns. So I think we're heading in the right direction. We still have a long way to go, but I think we see the light at the end of the tunnel. So I can answer any questions you all may have.
All right, council, any questions or comments?
I'm in awe right now. That's all. I mean, there's been a lot, and Mr. Sales, thank you.
Yeah, I just really want to say I appreciate, because you sent us the summary last week, and the candidness and just like laying this out there and in such a clear and concise way is just so appreciated. I just feel like some of these things have come up in the past and just been kind of put to the side or just not really answered or addressed. And I just really appreciate the transparency by which you presented this information and the leadership that you're bringing forward to this. And I think it certainly gives council a lot of confidence in getting out of the status that the organization is currently in under your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you.
And likewise, I think, what was gone over covered a lot of the intent of, council looking for a sustainability plan is recognizing that a lot of the actions you've already taken and are able to provide more housing to people and provide residents with a higher quality of life and the kind of standards of service that anybody should be able to expect and have access to. So they're definitely very positive developments. And I'll say as well, I think the terms of the recovery agreement, I think I'm very comfortable with as well. And definitely support it.
I'll just say ditto.
And of course, I feel the same way. I think, in terms of, being someone who has had family members live in housing, friends live in housing, people who are still there. And, there was a lot of conversation about whether you had the ability, because there were some people who resume had more of the things that you look for in this position. But it took you no time to get in and show that even people who had been hired in the past and had all of those things listed and that previous experience, that you've done things that they, in just a short window of time, that they were unable to do during their tenure, and that some of those were a lot of years. So, I'm really excited about what the future looks like for CRHA, and that, our families who live on those properties are, getting the respect and attention that they deserve.
Well, I will say I appreciate the support. We have a long way to go, and we can definitely get there together. And like I said, the staff is really excited about where we're going. There's been a lot of stress relieved off the maintenance team. Can you imagine working on 96 units with this vacancy log that's massive, work orders with just 4 employees? So they are super excited. We've more than doubled the staff, and they're rocking and rolling now. So we are definitely hitting things, and we're in the stride. So I look forward to coming to the next meeting and giving you an even better progress report of where we are, because it's definitely looking bright for us.
Hopefully you'll have something with that elevator in Crescent Hall gone.
Well, yeah, hopefully that's going to get addressed in the redevelopment.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I move we adopt a resolution approving a recovery agreement between Charlottesville Redevelopment Housing Authority and the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and the City of Charlottesville.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you all and have a good night.
Mayor Walker, if I may, I'd also like to also compliment Mr. Sales and also put in a plug for Ms. Roberts. And negotiating this with the Department of Housing and Urban Development took quite a while, but I think she did a great job.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robertson.
All right, next up, we have the ordinance authorization of a forgivable loan to Piedmont Housing Alliance to support redevelopment of Friendship Court for the purpose of producing new housing for low to moderate income persons. First of two readings.
So good evening again. And Mr. Wheeler, we have a presentation for this item. So as most of you are aware, Friendship Court will be starting construction on a phased redevelopment that will be occurring over many years. Piedmont Housing Alliance is the nonprofit that is planning and overseeing this redevelopment effort. In early 2019, Piedmont Housing Alliance submitted an application for low-income housing tax credits, also called LIHTC, for new construction of 106 rental affordable units on the Friendship Court site. This is a very competitive process, and the project was awarded a commitment of LIHTC funding in June 2019. Next slide, please. Friendship Court is currently a 150 unit rental development built in 1978. Resident-led redevelopment efforts propose a 4-phase approach to replace all of the existing units and add additional residential units over the next 8 to 9 years. Phase 1 will include new construction, and the rest of the phases will require demolition of and new construction of all of the existing units on site. In total, the overall redevelopment proposes to construct approximately 450 new affordable units. More details for each phase will come before City Council in the future. This approach allows current residents to move directly into newly constructed units each phase, so that there is only one move associated with the relocation of residents. Next slide, please. This illustrative site plan shows the proposed phase 1 in conjunction with the proposed conceptual future phases. Phase 1 will be built on the current vacant land that is now where the community garden and playfields are located. Next slide, please. Phase 1 includes the construction of 106 affordable units, including a 1-to-1 replacement of 46 project-based Section 8 rental affordable units. All units will have affordability restrictions with a 99-year required affordability period. The item in front of you tonight provides for a master covenant that spells out the overall master plan requirements, and also more specifically provides a separate phase 1 covenant that identifies the terms and the conditions for allocating a forgivable loan to support phase 1 of the redevelopment. In addition, there is a separate item that comes right after this item to discuss an arrangement with the Charlottesville Economic Development Authority associated with redevelopment of Friendship Court. Next slide, please. Through the city's capital improvement plan, a total of $5,545,159 was allocated in fiscal year 1920 towards redevelopment of phase 1 of Friendship Court. This funding can be used for the construction of public streets and infrastructure, utilities, affordable units for rental by low and moderate income persons or households, and resident relocation assistance. A maximum amount of the funding is specified that can go towards soft costs. Next slide, please. So let me give you an overview of the terms and conditions that are in the master covenant. These terms will ultimately apply to redevelopment of the entire property. Also included as an exhibit is a master site requirement table that outlines the proposed development on phase 1 and the future phases. That's in your agenda package. The Master Affordable Housing Covenant will be recorded in the public records to provide assurances of affordability for the entire site. However, in the event of foreclosure, the affordability restrictions will terminate. The Phase 1 Affordable Housing Covenant, this is a separate document from the Master Covenant, only covers Phase 1. Each future phase of redevelopment that receives public funding will come back in front of you with a separate covenant. Next slide, please. PHA will be required to provide an annual report to the city with information documenting the compliance with the affordability requirements. Following the expiration of the LIHTC extended use period, if required to maintain affordability of the units, the city will have the exclusive right to lease up to 20% of the rental affordable units for 40 years at a rental rate not to exceed 80% AMI. Similarly, if for sale affordable units are built in future phases of the project, the city shall have the right to purchase a for sale affordable unit in the event the unit is foreclosed upon. The city may designate another agency or other third party to take title to the unit. Please keep in mind that if these opportunities become available to the city, there will be a cost associated with taking control of these units. Next slide, please. Now, as to the terms and conditions specific to Phase 1, all 106 affordable rental units will be at or below a range of affordability, which is 30% to 80% AMI. 46 of these units will be provided as a one-to-one replacement of 46 existing units that are currently receiving project-based Section 8 operating subsidy. 30 of these units will be at or below 60% AMI, and 30% of these units will be at or below 80% AMI. All of the units will have a required affordability period of 99 years. However, again, if the project is foreclosed upon, these affordability restrictions will terminate. Next slide, please. The city funding will be dispersed as a 40-year deferred payment forgivable loan. If PHA breaches the terms of the loan in years 1 through 40, then the entire amount of the loan would become payable to the city in full plus interest. If the 40-year loan period expires and the covenant has been complied with throughout that entire time, the entire amount of the loan will be forgiven. If after the deferred loan has been forgiven and the project does not comply with the affordability restrictions, the city will have the ability to file an action in court to ensure compliance. Each request for disbursement of funding is basically a reimbursement request. That means certain milestones of construction or resident relocation need to be completed prior to payments being released. Next slide, please. And again, as mentioned previously, just some items that you should take into consideration on improving the items in front of you. In the event the project is foreclosed upon, the affordability restrictions will terminate. The city may have the opportunity to control affordable units in the project, either rental or for sale units. However, there will be a cost to the city associated with taking control of those units. With that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have. And Sunshine Mathon, the Executive Director with Piedmont Housing Alliance, is also available for this meeting to answer any questions.
And before we start with questions, Sunshine, do you have anything to share that you would like?
Thank you, Mayor Walker and rest of City Council. Just very quickly, I just want to say it has been, I think, over 4 years getting to this point, and with a tremendous amount of work from, in particular, the residents at Friendship Court, and in particular the advisory committee at Friendship Court. They have put blood, sweat, and tears into this development. And we're on the verge of breaking ground, and I'm just saying I'm just really excited for the next steps. So thank you for all the support over the last few years, and I look forward to the future partnerships with this.
Are there any questions? So I have a couple. In terms of the affordability period being cut at the 4 years, 40 years versus the 99 years, could you talk a little bit about that?
The
deferral of the forgivable loan.
Yeah, my memory is, and Lisa, feel free to jump in on this if you have a different memory. In the negotiations and discussion with the LIHTC attorney and the investors attorneys, the general feeling was that anything beyond 40 years, particularly in a situation where we are going to potentially have to recapitalize a project. And what that means is that at most LIHTC projects, any affordable housing, any development, at a certain point in its future life, has to do a deep rehab in some way. That even though things have been maintained over that period of time, you typically have to go in and replace all the appliances, and you have to replace the HVAC. And those are not there. Some of those are regular routine things, but you hit a kind of a tipping point, usually around 30 to 40 years. And if you have a restriction on there beyond that point, it potentially compromises the ability to go back for another round of LIHTC, which is typical, to do a moderate or deep rehab and have that restriction in the way.
But so just thinking back to the last rehab, that was probably about 10 or 12 years before.
It was in 2002, as I understand it, actually.
Yeah.
So about 18 years now.
That the conversations around the property sale, and that was a combination of also charitable efforts and the organization and National Housing Trust. So even with that kind of collaboration, you still this could potentially still get in the way of that, is what you're saying.
So that rehab that happened 18 years ago was actually a LIHTC rehab.
Okay.
It was LIHTC funded. And it's not so much the affordability period that's the issue, which is why the 99-year is okay. It's the fact that the loan would not have been forgiven by that point. That gets in the way of financing a rehab at a 30 to 40-year mark.
Okay. And Blue Moon also participated in that.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. The only other question I had was, and Mr. Blair, is this a good time to talk about? Because I guess this goes into the resolution, but the loan, the total loan on this, the PHA having to take the loan out is in this section too. So is that okay to discuss it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we spoke and we talked before about my concerns around the TIF and the request. I just wish the city had a better conversation, been, more, I guess, diligent in their efforts to try to resolve, which we just discussed with CRHA. But essentially, you're taking out a $3 million loan for the gap funding for this. And the request of the TIF would mean that the city would then forgive taxes up to the amount of the initial loan plus the interest that would accrue over a 30-year period. And my question to you and to Chrissy and Ryan and Letitia, Ms. Shelton, you all were not a part. We were discussing this over the weekend and today some, but is there, and I understand this is happening pretty rapidly too, but is there a better option than this arrangement where they are taking out a loan that we'll eventually pay back anyway? And if there's not, I would just hope that we would be more proactive in the future, because even if we're talking about, 20 years, 30 years, we are having projects that are going to run 10 years. We just had a project that talked about where we discussed that at year 15, something would need to happen with CRHA. And we now have a project that there is additional monies that we didn't factor into the initial equation that will have an impact on taxes that are not paid or returned to them to pay this loan off. And my question and the comments that I've made to the counselors and, to Sunshine we spoke on Saturday about this, was just that if this was going to be approved, I didn't understand why there wasn't a better kind of collaboration to try to figure out where to get the additional dollars from. And if we didn't have those additional dollars immediately, then was there a shorter loan period that we could potentially cover at some point that wouldn't require additional $3 million or up to $3 million when the request was only for $3 million. So essentially doubling what the initial request would be.
I just wanted to clarify timeline though, because Sunshine, I remember that we obviously made decisions on what capital outlays that we were going to provide as a city, but it seemed like at some point you approached us because things change. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. There's some, inflationary costs in terms of the construction. And that's what I remember being like, you know what, things were covered. Things are now not coming in like we thought. I remember sitting around, table with staff and another counselor. And that's kind of where I remember that precipitating. And then a lot of brainstorming going on to feel like, what are some ways that we can get through this? Because we knew the city wasn't going to be in a position to just outlay that capital outright.
So
I just want to clarify that timeline.
No, and I understand that how and when this discussion came up. I also think that once we knew that we would attempt to cover that $3 million, then we should have had different conversations as a city. We're talking about 3 to 4 phases for this project that's going to run 9 years, maybe pandemic, who knows how many years. And we don't know what the request in the future is going to be. I think these are 2 very important projects. Of all the projects that I have voted on or not voted on, or that have been in front of us, and that I'm just speaking for myself, have looked at, I think these are going to take us places and help us in ways that none of those other projects could do. And so it's very important, but I don't think that we're looking at any of these projects in a fiscally sustainable way. And I don't think we're taking the whole picture into account the way we should take them into account. And I understand we are at crunch time now, and there may not be another resolution, but I hope that we don't continue to make these investments where just because we may not have the cash in that moment, that it isn't explored how to come up with it, if that is what ultimately we're going to do, instead of having the organization take a loan out, which we are going to end up paying back and doubling the amount over the period of time that we would pay. But I'll stop. So were there other methods explored on staff?
So maybe I'll initially speak my memory of the process, and then Chris Engel or whoever, if you have anything else that I feel like I missed. I don't remember the exact timing of when I approached. I don't remember if it was first Chris Engel or a city council member. Honestly, it's been quite a while, or maybe it was the city manager. But I think that was about 1.5 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, somewhere in that time frame. And it, as Heather characterized it, it was at a situation where, in particular, the site costs for doing the work on Friendship Court continued to go in the wrong direction because of the soil conditions there ended up being far worse than we originally anticipated. And the proximity to the underground creek has just caused site work to go to increase significantly. And so we were trying to search for some additional source that would cover that delta. And if memory serves, I was the one who initially suggested the idea of potentially a TIF. Although when I suggested that, it was in the context of assuming what I had seen in TIFs in other jurisdictions outside of the state of Virginia, where essentially the tax increment would be set aside and the city itself would do the bonding based on that tax increment. And then essentially do its own sort of bonding loan and just pass through the dollars at one time to us, to the organization to get the work done. I was, if memory serves, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong on this, when we talked about it, that was initially the path we started going down. But then after conversations internally amongst the staff, the city staff, it was determined that the bond capacity, or there was some issue with either the bond capacity being close to the maximum before compromising the city's bond rating, or some other situation that basically set that opportunity aside. And so the path we then started to move down was to create the TIF and have the dollars come back to us, and then us leverage a private loan based on those dollars. I don't remember, to address your particular comment, Mayor Walker, I don't remember there being a particular discussion around the city just trying to find that additional $3 million somewhere. I don't know if that was because I didn't ask the question, or if we just assumed that the city didn't have it, or I'm honestly don't remember that sequence. Chris, is there anything else that you remember that clarifies that?
That's my general memory of it over about a year and a half ago, initial conversations. I don't know if specifically there was an attempt to look for an additional 3 million in capital that could happen to avoid this. That would have happened kind of during Mike Murphy's tenure, I believe. I know he was involved in some of these conversations, but you're correct in stating that tax increment financing in Virginia is different than tax increment financing elsewhere. And in Virginia, the state statute requires that you include it in your capacity. So if we had additional capacity, we could do a tax increment financing and pass it through, but we always use our capacity on an annual basis. So that's typically not an option for a city like us. It's why you don't see a lot of tax increment finance in Virginia in the traditional sense of using the increment to pay for borrowing. What you're going to hear about next in the performance agreement is a way to use the increment without the borrowing. And it's a mechanism that works. And then we've used it in a couple of cases. This case is a little different in that it involves not a commercial interest, but commercial and residential, primarily residential. But it can be helpful in helping fund something and indicating support for something without outlaying all of it at once.
When you mentioned that that we did not have the capacity, could you explain that more?
Well, that has to do with our financial policies and bonding capacity to maintain bond ratings and whatnot. If we had additional capacity that we weren't using, we could potentially do a traditional tax increment finance, but that is typically not the case.
Then is this essentially back to the discussion about while we may be able to do a lot of things, we can't do everything? And so it would become down to prioritizing to make it fit into that structure?
It's probably a reasonable characterization.
Budget team, do you all have any comments?
Yeah, I don't recall specifically. I think basically what we built into the budget was basically the request. And so I too don't recall the different, a conversation about a loan for the additional 3 million or an additional 3 million request. As Chris commented as well, in addition to the capacity, there's also the issue that, PHA as a nonprofit, whether or not we could actually issue bonds for that project. And so I think after talking with bond counsel and the way that the project was being set up, we found it best to move forward on a cash basis as opposed to bonding.
Mm-hmm. So moving forward for the other phases for this project, we would have to think about the cash basis for this project. So is it, what are your thoughts about the long-term projections of whether whatever the total requests may be in the future, is it better to explore this route that we have in front of us now and spend like double the potential gap funding over a course of a 30-year period? Or is it better for us to try to figure out that request and prioritize if this is the project that we support?
Are you asking me? I would say that if it's a project that you're interested in, I would say set your priorities and figure out how, I think it's totally the preference of council, how you choose to move forward. Obviously, you know, you have to work those dollars in. And we've talked about bond capacity. We've talked about cash issues. We've talked, you know, we're going to talk later about revenues and the impact of COVID. And so certainly all those things weigh into those decisions. The one thing I would offer is that the way that we currently have the funding for PHA structured in the CIP, there are some big payments that come in, you know, like 22 and 24, whether there's options to sort of even that out and spread that out a little bit, or if there are or if the funding plan as currently set forth is where we are looking at, you know, an additional $2 million of cash going to the CIP this year for this project.
So I can just respond to that quickly, which is just to say that in conversations with various city staff over the last year and a half, you know, yes, there are these peaks that we've talked about that are corresponding to each phase of construction, but recognizing that the city is working in difficult times to manage cash flow and projecting deficits. I have explicitly said that if there is value to the city in, for example, phase 2 commitment, having that commitment up front, but the CIP budget being split over 2 calendar years or 2 fiscal years, because construction will span 2 fiscal years, that is viable from our perspective, if that helps kind of flatten the curve. So that is a viable route from our perspective to, you know, be as good a partner as we can be in your financing process.
And that's already happened some already, right? With those earlier years where we pushed it out into the next fiscal year when we didn't see it happening.
Now I might be simplifying this some, but basically in my head, this kind of works out to being like a mortgage is being taken out and being paid for with the property tax. I mean, is that basically what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for city staff, but I will say that I've thought about it in a similar way, which is that city has prioritized in terms of how it uses dollars on an annual basis out of its general revenue fund to pay for its priorities, and it bonds a whole number of different items for infrastructure, et cetera, schools, to be able to pay for things it can't afford in the short term. And that's just, it's common practice. So whether that money that is paying for interest goes into a school bond or goes into effectively helping us leverage a loan, it's kind of a half dozen one, six in the other. It just, you know, there's a limited pool of funds, but how to use it most strategically.
And I know people are tired of hearing me say this because I've been saying it at every conversation for a week, but in what I don't understand about this is that I understand mortgage. I have one. I also don't want to pay more in interest or principal, because if I don't do that, then I can use those dollars for something else. I would have preferred if this is the route that we're going to take, even if it's over a longer period of time, for us to look at all the numbers and say, what do you need? Because essentially, when we thought we were voting on $5.5 million, we were essentially voting on $11.5 million. And that just needs to be clear that that is the commitment that this council is making, and what that means long-term for future projects. And I just hope we get all the numbers up front, which I don't think it's anything that PHA could have done differently. And I hope in the future that staff and council look at ways that if we're going to support these projects, because we're understanding that we can't do everything, because I can think of some millions that we've spent on things that are not as worthwhile as this project, that we would have prioritized this additional $3 million to avoid spending $6 million. That's all I've been saying. And then if he needed $6 million, we could have given $6 million to do something other than pay a bank loan. So those were my thoughts. And every time we get to this discussion of what we're going to fund versus what we're not going to fund, almost all of you have a very hard time saying no. Okay, so the only other question I had is earlier, that clause, I probably got two, but the clause that had, if there are changes made, and Sunshine, we discussed this on Saturday too, if we can just be made aware of what those changes are. So that was one of the things that
Can I suggest the language change, roughly
Yeah.
speaking? And Mayor Walker's referring to the language, and I don't actually, sorry, I don't have the section in front of me, but it's the section that
I think it's
essentially
J.
allows, thank you. It allows the city manager and city attorney to make non-substantive changes to the agreement. And the reason that that's important, and I've spoken with each of the city council members about this, is that there is one set of attorneys at the lender side that it's possible, not necessarily likely, but possible they'll have modifications they want to make to this agreement. So my hope is if there are changes, those are minor and non-substantive. And I don't want to have a situation where we have to come back to council to necessarily approve non-substantive changes. But Mayor Walker pointed out that it's a little bit of a slippery slope or fuzzy line about what's considered substantive and not. So the suggested language was something like, all potential changes are still reviewed with city council members to get their opinion of whether it is substantive or not.
It's fine.
Problem with the language as is, but I don't have a problem with that modification either.
And the reason that I think that it's important is that we've had some things happen that people are saying they were unaware that were happening, and these are major projects. And so if we end up in a situation where people can just say, oh, I didn't know, then this avoids that for projects that we will be trying to figure out how to fund over the course of the next decade. And if those changes then have a rolling effect in some way, then everyone will be kept abreast of what those things are and what you will be voting on. And maybe.
So just to be clear, Mayor, when you contemplate, so the purpose of having the language that's in there now, and as you all may have noticed, the provision allows the city manager, subject to approval as to format by the city attorney, allows the city manager to make certain modifications, but there's a list of 5 material things that cannot be changed without council's approval. So the things that are really motivating you to fund this project, such as the length of the affordability period or the total dollar amount or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
When you say you would like for city council to be notified, do we need to write this in a way that says, that identifies how that notification will be given and you know, at what point can the modification go ahead and be made after the notification? So should a notice just be given to all 5 counselors and an opportunity for someone to say it needs to be the subject of a council meeting? How do we?
I don't think it needs, when I read this, I was thinking, and John and I talked about it on Saturday. He said he proposed it basically because things come up and you don't want to have to wait the period for it to come to before council for a vote. So I understand that. And it's the number of affordable dwelling units to be provided by the recipient, the requirement for the recipient to provide 1-for-1 length of a replacement for all 154 rent units, the layout of land uses, the dollar amount of the loan. Those were the 4 things that are referenced here that if they were modified, we would be notified. But they're, you know, I just had here give possible examples. We're voting on a document, and just if it's modified, I think we all understand outside of these, you know, substantial items, but it's just like so there's just no surprises if there are changes.
But what I'm saying is, let's say that our office gives all 5 of you notice of that we're thinking about making an amendment. If one or more of you thinks that the changes are material, how long do we have to wait? You know, what I don't want to do is set up a situation where we get any wires crossed. So if you want, I guess what I'm asking is, do you simply want notification, or do you want notification with some sort of period to weigh in on whether you actually want to review it and approve it yourselves?
So what I guess if I could share, Mr. Blair has been sending us emails, and it simply says, I want to inform you of what's happening. And most of us just say, thank you for the information. We just are happy to know what's happening, and we appreciate it, and we say thank you. And there may be 1 or 2 questions, but no one has asked him yet to stop doing anything that he has put in those emails to us, if that's helpful.
Yes, so I will just write that the city manager will give notice to all city councilors upon entering into any such amendment, and that's a simple change and easy enough to add in.
Thank you. And just one more question for the budget team in terms of how will these be projected out for us to fully understand when we are evaluating future funding possibilities, future projects to fund? I think it would, I know that you just talked about the performance line, but I think that it's would be helpful to know that, you know, to write it out clearly, that I think you said before $245,000 are transferred to CETA for projects that are already, you know, been under, you know, under the performance agreements. Just trying to figure out, how do we know the whole picture?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
For the project itself, we're laying that out over the 5 years in the CIP. And so we have the funding, you know, when we talk about the CIP, we'll talk about the current year plus the next 4 years after that. So that's how the project funding will sort of shake out. In terms of the subsidy for the taxes, That's something that we include in our revenue projections as we are projecting for the budget in the current year. So this actually wouldn't show up until the taxes for the project is complete or there's an assessment change for the construction. And that would be part of our revenue projections, but it would be broken out separately in terms of performance agreements, and we could itemize those for you to show you which projects they relate to.
Okay, that would be helpful. And then in terms of the, I had another question. Or somebody else have a question why I think about what my question was. Oh, the taxes. So that's something, did I miss that in terms of, because Sunshine, you mentioned on Saturday that based on whatever the assessment is, it's possible that this loan may be paid off in a 20-year period versus a 30-year period. Is there anything expressed in the document that I didn't see it, but it's possible that I missed it, that specifies that all of the dollars that are returned will go towards the mortgage payment?
So, China, you can answer that?
I'll address it, but you may need to back me up, I guess. So my understanding about how it's written, not looking at the document right now, but my understanding about how it's written is that all the dollars that come via the tax increment can only be used to pay down the loan. And if the loan is paid off prior to the $6 million cap being achieved, the TIF still ends, so that there's no additional funding going to some other use. So it's not really a TIF with a cap at, I mean, it's a TIF with a cap at 6 million, but it's about paying off the loan. That's the critical threshold, not the 6 million piece. Is that align with your?
The 6 million is the absolute maximum to be conferred, and it will likely take the better part of 25, 30 years to get there. But the agreement is a 40-year agreement to match up with the other one. But the payments will likely stop before the 40 years is up.
And the original and the underwriting piece that is outside of the city's control, which is just the underwriter of on the bank side for the loan of leveraging those dollars, is making a relatively conservative assessment about how much of a loan that those payments can support. And the reason that I had, in the conversation you and I had, Mayor Walker, I had suggested the possibility that it would be closer to 20 or 25 years is because I do think their estimates, based on the history that I've seen over the last 18 years on the property's taxes, I think their underwriting is conservative. And then additionally, when Chris and I were doing our preliminary assessment of the value of the taxes, one thing that has changed in that period is not on the residential portion, but on the commercial building, which is the early childhood center, offices and community center. That building has actually gotten a bit larger since then. So it will have a higher tax bill as well, which will again contribute to being able to pay down the principal more quickly.
And so whenever that happens, the TIF would stop on phase one, even if it's still on phase 2 and 3, or will it be?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms, the question that just came up with CRHA about the developer's fee, and then we discussed, again, because I've been very concerned the entire time about phase 4, and I've expressed that to you since this project started. Could you just talk a little bit about phase 4, and then is there the developer fee for this project, and then how is that being used?
So I'll address the developer fee first. It's a little simpler. So developer fees are part of every affordable housing development. And in fact, when you look at leveraging LIHTC, Virginia Housing and any state agency has a formula for calculating what the allowable developer fee is. In the state of Virginia, the way that they structure their underwriting is that when you submit your cost analysis and the budget for the project, they allow you to defer up to 50% of that in your assumptions, but they wanted you to keep the other 50% in place because it acts as a bit of a contingency, effectively. And there is a construction contingency that comes along with a construction budget, but there are times when there are soft cost contingencies that fall outside the construction budget that if you don't have a developer fee, a buffer in there, you can't absorb them. The second part of it is in any nonprofit organization like ourselves or any sort of developer like that, nonprofit developer, in order to actually move the projects forward, it requires massive amounts of staff time. My time I have 2 or 3 staff, either ranging between say 30 and 100% of their time dedicated to Friendship Court. There is no funding source for those covering those costs other than developer fees. So it allows us to continue to do our work and pay those effective staff costs, when those developer fees come in, and then prepare us to be able to take the next phase or to do a different affordable housing project. Those developer fees are part of the operational model of nonprofit development organizations like ourselves. The property, the one common misconception I've heard is that, once the property is running, the property income can cover that, but that's not true. What the property income covers is the property management staff, not the development staff that helped build the project in the first place. So those developer fees are actually, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just say those developer fees are critical resources to allow us to have the staff in place to be able to actually fulfill on building affordable housing.
So is this a situation where did you hire additional staff or are your staff? Because I have a friend who's working on a development project for a housing authority and they receive bonuses, which for the amount of work that she did, it seemed like, for the amount of money they saved. And it was a considerable bonus for her, but much less than they would have paid someone else to do it. Or did you just hire additional staff for that to be their only job?
So we have currently, I spend probably, 30, it varies, but maybe 30% of my time on the sort of real estate development side of things. I have a real estate development director who spends probably 70% of his time on Friendship Court. And then we're actually hiring somebody else right now because as we start construction on phase 1, begin the financing, everything else on phase 2, and we have other affordable housing projects we're pursuing at the same time, again, trying to address community need. Those are all, they would not happen without those developer fees. But then additionally, probably on our accounting staff, maybe ranges depending on the time and during construction, anywhere from 10 to 30% of their time goes into facilitating development. And on the fundraising side, we have there's staff across the board that portions of their time relate to any given project. And all those costs in aggregate have no funding source other than developer fees to enable them to do their work and then move on to the next project. Does that answer your question, Mayor Walker? Remind me, sorry, the second question you had. Phase 4. In the schematic diagram that is included in the performance agreement, and that everyone has seen a few times over, phase 4 continues to be a bit of a placeholder. Because we are working in close in a co-design process with the residents, our focus in particular for the last 9 months, and COVID has complicated this, of course, because it has slowed down the process even further, but our focus has been, on the one hand, preparing preparing them in the community for start of construction, and then on the second hand, we're deep in the throes of doing the final design on phase 2 so that we can apply for tax credits for LIHTC in March in 2021, in a few months. So that the full bandwidth and capacity of the residents has been focused on those two primary areas. So Mayor Walker had asked on the when she and I spoke on Saturday about where has phase 4 iterated or developed further, and the simple answer is we haven't gotten to it yet still. And to be fully candid, it's going to be probably still probably a year before we really get there in earnest, because of all the things that we have to work through with the residents. And design process, while it is incredibly powerful to have the residents at the table co-designing, it also is by necessity a slower, more methodical process, and it takes more time. The performance agreement that you all have looked at in the master covenant includes a general prescription for how much affordable housing is going to happen in phase 4, because phases 1 through 3 can only fit so much and still meet the priorities that the residents have set around types of housing, density, parking, etc., open space. So phase 4 has not been designed, but we know we can fit somewhere in that range. And I don't have it again, I don't have it in front of me, but somewhere between, I think it's 120 and 170 units, depending on where we are by the end of phase 3. So it is a bit unknown, but we still, in the performance agreement, the master covenant, we still have that commitment to you, to the city, because of the funding that you are providing now.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
So similar to the last one, we're going to go ahead and push this first one to the consent agenda with any nits that might have just come up. Not really. And then we do have to take a vote on the performance agreement, which I guess we still have to have a formal introduction of.
Okay, so right now we are at the, on number 13, authorization of the forgivable loan. And is there consensus to move it to the consent agenda for the next meeting?
I concur with that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Thank you. And next we have the approval of the performance agreement to support Friendship Court redevelopment efforts. One reading.
Okay, Chris Engel, Director of Economic Development, back again. I feel like kind of have discussed this one already, but I'll give a quick recap and then answer any questions you have. You've heard about the PHA project. You've heard about phase 1. This performance agreement would relate only to phase 1. Does not preclude future agreements, but this is just about phase 1, which coincides with the presentation you just saw with 106 affordable units across a spectrum there. All that is spelled out in the agreement. Those are the same units that were referenced. Essentially, what the performance agreement does is use the tax increment that's created by the project. PHA pays real estate tax. They would pay the real estate tax that is assessed on the new project. And we would then transfer, the city would set aside, as has been discussed, that amount to the EDA, and the EDA would grant back to PHA, in this case, 100% of the incremental taxes created by the project. There is the notion of the base value, which is the value of the property as it sits today that is currently being paid in full to the city. The base is not part of this, so it's only the increment above the base. So they would continue to pay their taxes in full, but the base would be subtracted from this calculation, if you will. It has a maximum value of $6 million. So it's 100% of the increment every year until you reach the maximum of $6 million. The agreement is set to be a 40-year term. As referenced earlier, the $6 million threshold would likely be reached before you reach 40 years, but the agreement does coincide with the other agreement that was just discussed, the forgivable loan. Let's see if there's any other highlights. So there's 3 parties involved. There's PHA, there's the city, and the EDA. The resolution that is in front of you is a resolution of intent. It's a one reading resolution. It has the non-appropriations clause basically built into it. But as referenced before, in previous iterations of performance agreements, they have all been met to date without any issues. So the process is pretty well established so that those do get honored. The full agreement with the EDA and PHA is included in your packet if you wanted to see it. As well as the resolution is the 2-page document on the top of that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them about the agreement.
All right, council, are there any questions?
No.
I feel like we've covered any questions I had.
Okay. Any other? No. And I'll just point out, I even told Sunshine on Saturday, and I told counselors the past few days that we talked about the fact that I didn't support this. I still don't support it, even though I'm going to vote for it, because I just think we could have done this better, and that paying double over time, as I've stated a few times, I just don't know how that's fiscally responsible. And I just hope that we know that additional phases are coming up, and if there's a better process, and I'm thinking back to the CRHA process, we're not, that money was not attached to doubling the amount in any way, right? It's just taking care of the taxes annually, which if that's not what is needed here, there's gap funding that's needed. And I just hope in the future that we have just deeper conversations about if there's a way, instead of tossing around the conversations as if we did $3 million additional dollars 4 times, that is a significant amount of money that we have to factor in, or future councils would have to factor in. And so I just think we need to be mindful of that.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Walker, I would also suggest, based on tonight's comments, that I see Ms. Hamill and Mr. Davidson on the call. We do have the capital budget workshop in November. And that might be a place to talk about this idea of upfront versus, in effect, paying financing charges. And again, that's something we can look at as a one item to discuss during that capital budget work session for future capital projects, if the council has interest in that. But again, there are issues of timing, as Sunshine and Chris Ingalls stated, and that sometimes, timing would have prohibit that. But I mean, we can look at our capital budgeting process and try to talk about that in terms of upfront funding versus, again, finance charges is what the gap funding really is.
Yeah. And Sunshine, if anything happens like has happened this year, if it continues and there are delays and that the timing, it permits itself for us to try to figure out a shorter term plan to help with this, that will cost the city taxpayers less. Would you all just think about that?
Yeah, and I don't want this to, I don't think this comment will complicate the what's in front of us right now, what's in front of you right now. But this agreement now does not preclude the option of the city in some future calendar year, fiscal year, somehow identifying that 3 million and then effectively allowing us to pay off the loan early and save on those finance charges in the future. So this would allow us to move forward now under the current terms, and at some point, and it doesn't have to be this year or even 5 years from now, it could be 10 years from now, that the city comes up with a front payment to be able to avoid those future finance charges. So that is a future option.
Okay.
I just want to say, if we're going to have that conversation around just the cost of that type of direction versus straight up cash, I also think it's important for us just to also compare what, I mean, obviously this year was like some of the best rates we saw in municipal bonds, but historically we also are most everything that we do capital for, well, not most everything, a lot of things we do capital for, we are also paying some fees on just in terms of our own bonding. So I think it's important to kind of look at that whole picture and understand there's only, like was said earlier, there's only so much money to be had, and we would all love to spend cash and everything and not be paying those rates, but it's something that the city does every day. And so I just think it's important that if we're going to look at it, we look at it holistically.
Yeah, but our rates, even outside of this year, they're not 4.5%.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
Well, and I would just like to thank staff for working on this. I do think the timing is critical on these projects, and I do think this is something that has helped made the project actually been able to come together and keep together the timelines for LIHTC applications and other funding sources. And I do think this is a really critical way to ensure that this is able to be a shovel-ready project that is able to happen. So I'm excited to support this, and I really appreciate the work that staff has put into this to find a creative solution when this kind of problem pops up of the cost running up.
I just wanted to add that this redevelopment project of Friendship Court began, the thinking on it began but probably about 5 or 6 years ago when I was still on the board of Piedmont Housing Alliance. I have not been on the board for 4 years. So this particular iteration of it, I have nothing to do with. It's entirely sunshine and the new crop. And they've really done a great job, particularly with the resident-led development and redevelopment plans. And I'm just really impressed with all of that, and I'm glad to be able to support it at this point. And I think I agree with what Mayor Walker said before. This is one of the most important projects, as the CRHA project is. Some of the most important stuff that we're going to be doing, and we need to make sure that it works and that it goes off without a hitch, and that we're not holding up the works. And so I'm pleased to support it and hope we can get it going.
And, I'll say we have some difficult conversations, but, I appreciate you so much as someone who was very concerned about the state of PHA and the direction that it was going, and spent a lot of time in my advocacy world trying to make sure that people were able to still live on that property. And I haven't had any of those concerns since you arrived. I think one of the most unfortunate things that I've seen during this time is that at times it seems like there's a pit against PHA and CRHA when you all are both doing great work and essentially the same thing. And I remember before you arrived, going down to Friendship Court with legal aid, FAR members, to start talking about that process of setting up the advisory committee so that they could start advocating for themselves in the way that FAR is doing, has been doing for years. But hearing none of the concerns since you have been in this position that we heard previously. And so I just hope that people understand the type of leadership that you are offering. And the same thing I said to Mr. Sells about the comfort you bring and the care that you have for the people that you're serving. So, I hope that we can continue to figure this out and do it right. You're offering more than I think most of the people who presented things combined since I've been, on council, and in a real thoughtful way.
I just want to echo the thanks both to Mr. Mathon as well as to staff. I mean, again, I remember some of those stressful conversations around some tables a couple of times just to think how can we bridge this, and also just honestly to Miss Kelly and Ms. Robertson for both the CRHA and PHA agreements. I know there's been a lot of back and forth going on, and it's been an extensive amount of time and energy to get to the point where it can come in front of council and have us really kind of push things forward to consent agendas after one discussion. So thank you all so much for your efforts, and I'm happy to make a motion if we're ready.
Thank you.
I move we adopt a resolution for the performance agreement to support Friendship Court's redevelopment efforts.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
All right, so that carries 5-0. So thank you.
Thank you all for your work and your commitment, staff and city council included. Thank you.
All right, have a good evening. All right, so it's 10:30, so we're going to take a 10-minute. All right.
I just
Just in case you all don't know, don't fall asleep sitting up working on your couch because you do not sleep well, and I'm paying for it right now. But I'm sure you all know that to go to bed at a reasonable time.
Jackie, I saw your expression when we announced the break.
I'm so sorry. It just slipped out.
I love the authenticity. That's how I feel.
All right, so I call this meeting back to order. And next up, we have the council strategic plan update. And then we'll take any public comments.
No, we have COVID.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I skipped the whole section. Another face, right? Sorry about that. Resolution. Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Act, CARES Fund, second allocation, contingency reserve allocation, $410,000, one reading.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We will try to couch this as short as possible. As you know, at your last meeting, the council set aside a contingency reserve of approximately $625,000 of CARES Act funding. At the time, there were a number of requests that came in, and Mr. Cullinan and Ms. Dimick were tasked with taking a look at those requests, and I will let them address those individually. The one fact that I would like to add about this is that I spoke with Mr. Sales on Friday, and their request, I believe, was for $80,000. However, he said due to some late payments coming in, the current deficit was approximately $55,000. However, he still would like for council to consider their full request because he believes that would, in effect, for late payments in November, erase any arrearages that would appear for them. It's also worth noting that in terms of the entire comprehensive CARES Act funding package, Mr. Cullinan's planning in the first part of November to take a look at what has been and hasn't been spent. At that time, we're going to have an idea because, again, there's no need in sending any of this back to Washington. We will have an idea of what your true balance will be. And we will get back to council with some recommendations on how to zero that out or get as close to zero as possible while still being safe. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Cullinan and Ms. Dimick.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Chris Cullinan, Director of Finance. There were a total of 4 requests that we took a look at. The Public Housing Association of Residents, or FAR, request of $110,000 for continuation of their COVID-19 emergency food program. The Conscientious Capitalist Foundation request of $20,000 to support their mentoring program and to assist students with telelearning. As Mr. Blair already mentioned, CRHA's request of approximately $80,000 to pay any past due arrearages that they might have. And then finally, a request for $200,000 for the Black Community Wellness Center with Centera Martha Jefferson as the likely lead coordinator on that effort. From a CARES perspective, these are all eligible to receive CARES funds, and those are that analysis is detailed in the briefing document at the back of the agenda item. And I would defer now to Ms. Dimick with any sort of programmatic things you might want to add or any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kaki Dimick, Director of Human Services. Just some sort of late-breaking contextual information that may influence your interest in these particular projects. The first is that the major feeding program in town, Frontline Foods, which has been providing a great number of prepared meals to neighborhoods in this community, has essentially stopped. They've run out of money. I think they're hopeful to get some additional grant dollars and do some private fundraising, but it's particularly good timing for the FAR request for $110,000 to continue the feeding program. I wasn't concerned particularly about duplication of effort, even with the Frontline Foods project, but certainly now without that project, it becomes even more critical for that community. And as you will note, for the Conscious Capitalist Foundation, their original request of $50,000 was when they assumed they could spend the money through the end of the school year. And as soon as they heard that they had to spend through December 30th, they estimated down. I did speak with Mr. Gray earlier on the meeting, and he said that the expectation would be that 25% of their contact would be face-to-face following CDC guidelines for masking and social distancing, but that 75% of their mentoring contact would be virtual. So he wanted me to pass it on just in terms of good community practice for us. And then, as you have already seen, the number for the true arrears has gone down now twice for CRHA. And I understand one of the questions that came up was about supporting the rental assistance programs, supporting or potentially duplicating or competing with some of the state funds that are coming through the rent and mortgage relief program. And they're actually working in concert with each other really nicely. Most of that money is flowing through the same mechanisms, and so that people are able to, if you're eligible for one but not for another, then we can get you hooked up to the one that you're eligible for. But maybe it's also cascading. If you're not eligible for A, maybe you'll be eligible for B, maybe you'll be eligible for pool of funds C. So they're certainly not working in opposition to each other, but rather in concert.
The last thing I would add, Council, is that if you do approve all 4 requests before you this evening, that would take the contingency reserve from the second round from $625 down to $215,000.
And the J. James Organization Bridge Ministry, was that considered?
As you know earlier, we did not include it in the briefing package, but we did have a chance to consider the update that was sent earlier. The cost that was submitted as part of that was $328,500 for the cost of 9 program participants for the year. If you break that down by month, that comes to $54,750 per month, which would essentially be November and December. For that breaks down to $6,083 per participant. It is a number of things that are unclear in our earlier sort of look at the eligibility about whether this is specifically identified as COVID-related expenses, which is a primary requirement for the use of the CARES Act funds, given that this is their traditional programming. While there was an impact to the jail in terms of being able to take on participants who otherwise would not necessarily have been able to be released from jail because there was no safe place for them to go, certainly there was a benefit to the jail. It was not specifically COVID related, and so I think it would be worthy of some additional consideration and maybe some questions around that. I think, in the past, there's been concerns in funding the bridge ministries based on other sources of funds about whether its location in Buckingham has a role to play in eligibility. There certainly have been, in previous conversations, significant concerns around their capacity to maintain financial record keeping in order to achieve an audit, and whether that impacts council's decision to use taxpayer dollars. And then finally, there are certainly state requirements that would not allow us to use state funds to pay for an organization that is specifically faith-based by mission. And so the difference is a nuanced one, but the difference would be, for example, that state funds can be used to pay for PACHM programming because PACHM is a homeless organization that happens to be faith-based. But state funds cannot be used to pay for Salvation Army because Salvation Army is a faith-based organization that happens to do homelessness services. And so I don't know how that would play out for council, but those are certainly considerations for staff in terms of making a recommendation.
I had a question because we were talking about when funds could be consumed, and specifically regarding the Conscious Capitalist Foundation, that they're looking at the whole school year. Some of these numbers are significant, and we're in the middle of October. And so I'm just trying to understand how that matters for these other allocations that we're making. Do they all have to expend theirs, or is by us providing these funds to them kind of check the box for us? I'm just confused about that, depending on the organization, or if it's different for one organization that might be doing education versus another. So if any clarification on that would be helpful.
It shouldn't be different from organization to organization. All funds need to be expended by the 30th of December. And that means not our giving the funds away is not sufficient to meet that threshold. The funds actually have to be expended on the desired activity or the identified activity. I will say that the CARES Fund supports the rent and mortgage relief program that the state is distributing, and they have recently given us permission to prepay January rents with December COVID CARES money, but I don't know if that is a permissiveness that extends to this particular source of CARES money. And I see Mr. Cullinan shaking his head, so probably not.
I would say you're better off spending it by the December 30th deadline than getting into that gray area.
And I'm just looking at, like, so for example, with FAR, like when they first put the request in, they kind of identified how much they'd already allocated towards such an initiative. And this was notably higher, but given the burn rate they've had from whenever they started that till now versus where we are now till December 31st. And also the other one that was of higher value was for the wellness program. Just making sure that, there's only a couple months left. I guess if they don't go through it, then does whatever's balance is this back in the city's hands? Because we know that there's some things we can turnkey pretty quickly at the end if we have to.
I think that is Mr. Cullinan's genius plan.
The funding agreements that all the agencies signed make it very clear that they're to expend the money by the 30th of December, and that any funds that are not expended by mid-December need to come back to the city so that we can reallocate those in the last few weeks of the calendar year. The strategy that Ms. Dimick has talked about with these various agencies is that if they have a variety of sources of funding, that the CARES money, given its shelf life, should be expended first. It's almost sort of venture capital or seed money for some of these things, and to spend those monies first. And then to the extent they have additional dollars that they can use that don't have the same time requirements, then obviously it can sustain that past the December 30th deadline. So all the agencies involved are very cognizant and aware of their spending requirement and the timeline.
Okay. And the only request that I had, and I talked to everyone I think I talked to this about, was just if we could consider the half of the allocation that was requested for Conscious Capitalist, $25,000. And Dr. Atkins has agreed to cover the other $25,000.
What was the 20,000 they identified based on what they thought they could get through by December 31st?
That's based on their salary rate and the per child rate. But I'm certain that if there are supplies or emergency needs that they would be covering as part of their students, that they would certainly be able to cover an additional $5,000 between now and December 30th without much issue.
So as I understand it, they're talking about 10 students they're going to be working with.
Mm-hmm.
So basically $1,000 to $1,200 per month per student. did you do any, I mean, I remember the last meeting we talked about this. One of my concerns was that this was anywhere between 3 and 5 times more per student than we were spending when we were giving money to, for example, Boys and Girls Club or the YMCA. Those are the two that came most immediately to mind. Do you have a sense from what you've been able to look into and how they would do their program as to whether that is truly basically is it worth 5 times more than what one of these other agencies might do?
I think it is. The program approach is really different for the two kinds of organizations. One is a sort of childcare virtual support, virtual learning support context, and the other is one-on-one mentoring for young people who are not connecting with traditional sources of support or engagement. And so they're trickier to engage. They're fantastic and creative and dynamic in all kinds of lovely ways, but they're also tricky to engage. And so they're going to require a much more intensive sort of one-on-one connection with somebody. It is about the relationship as opposed to about the programming. And I do think that that makes a pretty big difference for these young people and will have a pretty big, actually long-term bang for their buck in this way.
How would those, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
How would those 10 be identified?
I think through the schools are identifying the young people of concern or of benefit or opportunity for the program so that they're aware of what the sort of disconnect or misconnects are. And so they're making those that as part of their partnership with the schools, I believe.
So they'll be working with the principal at Beaufort Middle School for this current group. Again, they will be 10 youth from Beaufort who they've already identified as not being engaged in this virtual learning capacity. We had talked about the high school, which of course there's a group there. We're also talking about capacity to be able to do this well. They'll have to meet regularly with the principal, with the teachers, the parents, and the students. So there was something that said 1 hour, I think, a day per youth, and they have to have that connection with the youth to get them to do what they haven't been doing to date. And so we were thinking about trying to keep youth on track for high school, who this is already a critical time. And then we know we lose people at Beaufort. And so the schools, even though we originally discussed CHS, Dr. Atkins came back and said, no, this is needed at Beaufort with Beaufort students.
So would Dr. Atkins be putting school money into the same program for effectively January 1st on?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I had, there's a mention of Frontline Foods. Is that some agency, some group that we ought to be helping to fund?
Frontline Foods was a local organization that represented or connected to Central World Kitchen, which is Jose Andres' project, which is primarily focused on keeping restaurants afloat during crisis. It's often an approach that he takes around natural disasters and not so much experience with pandemics, but he moved pretty quickly into a number of primary restaurant sort of markets to try to keep restaurants afloat by providing services to people who needed food. And so for a long time, Frontline Foods was actually in this community providing food to public safety personnel. Now is had moved with the request of the local operating or advisory board, had moved their focus from public safety officers to communities of need in Charlottesville, but has recently lost its connection to the World Central Kitchen and has also run out of funding. So the promise of that group was that they were going to raise funds privately and not compete with social service agencies and others for critical local dollars. So possibly, but at this point, I think we're using our CARES funding effectively to support many feeding programs that are more direct than the ones supported by Frontline Foods, which to say nothing to denigrate their approach, but that ours is a more direct approach for feeding people who are hungry.
And I guess part of the reason I was asking was looking at how we would even spend the other $215,000 that's otherwise unallocated out of the contingency fund. I realize the idea of contingency funds is you're supposed to hold on to them and not spend them. But when you're down to like 2 months before, there's a limit to how much more how many more contingencies are going to pop up. So we're practically to the point where we ought to be looking to spend that.
I think there's a number of unreimbursed COVID-related expenses that the city has amassed since March that are eligible for these funds, most notably in the public safety area, but then cascading into many other department areas. I don't think it will be very hard for city staff to identify eligible activities that so far don't have a reimbursement mechanism to use whatever is left over, either in the contingency fund or returned from agencies that aren't able to spend it down. I think that'll be an easy problem to have between December 15th and December 30th.
And the last question I had dealt with the Bridge Ministry program. We've been aware of them for some time as not having been able to get their finances together for a decent audit. I assume that we're going to have to be able to produce, and they would have to be able to produce financial records that would be sufficient to pass some state or federal muster. And since we've already heard recently that our inability to get some of our CDBG contractors to give the kind of reporting that we need to be able to justify the expenditures is costing us. It's costing us in other ways. I've just got real concerns that we shouldn't be giving them money at a time when they apparently don't yet have their financial house in order.
I just had one question related to the mental health mobile unit. Is there an expectation or hope in terms of the partnerships there that it may be able to sort of seed or become a model, or in that initial investment at this itself be something that's more permanent or long lasting beyond just, the expenditures over the next few months?
Absolutely. This is certainly designed to be a pop-up based on the sort of speed with which this is coming together for the next couple of months. But the secondary benefit is to test out a model for delivering service, particularly to the Black community in Charlottesville, around culturally appropriate and culturally responsive services that doesn't exist right now, and about which there's a great deal of interest and expertise. And so this gives all of those community players an opportunity to play well together and see what could be. And so I think there's a sort of win-win in that way.
And I just note I happened to see the General Assembly passed legislation authorizing localities to create mobile mental health units, and just very interested to see, if, and that's a little different in some ways, in many ways, but interested to see, if the partnerships can blossom and become a model for incorporating that more into what we're doing in the city as we continue that conversation as a council about, how we handle mental health services here locally. So definitely excited to hear that.
I just want to say publicly about the request that I've asked several times, since there are certain community members who don't think that has been made, about the doing as much virtually as possible, that I haven't wavered from that since the beginning of the pandemic with every conversation that I have. And I didn't waver from that on this or with the Conscious Capitalists. I've been telling them to, even if they are in the same proximity, they need to be, figure out how to build those relationships without being close. to people and the families, and how to make those connections quickly and get out of harm's way.
I will say that Jackie Martin is on the call, on the council call tonight, in case there are specific questions around that for her. Or if not, just wanted to let you know she's a resource, and she's here with us. She's stayed awake.
Okay.
So it seems like the resolution that we're gonna be voting on will be a $415,000 allocation, because we're gonna add the 5,000 to the one.
Correct.
Correct.
Are we ready for that?
Are there any more additional questions? No? Okay, motion, is there a motion?
I move we adopt the resolution for the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Act CARES funds, second allocation for the contingency reserve allocation to the amount of $415,000.
Second.
All right, any additional questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you all for working on that. And just one, so are you all going to connect to get some of those answers from the Bridge Ministry? And something that I thought of just now, did we get the last report that we requested, or did we not receive that? Because we should have an audit that was.
I don't know if Mr. Davidson's still on the call. He would be the one to have received that.
I'll have to look and double check. We had requested it. I believe we had been sent a statement of revenues and expenses, but I'm not sure we had actually received the full audit. So I'll have to go back and double check. I know Mr. James had some communications, but I believe that, I'm not 100% sure right now. I'll have to get back in with council on that one.
And I do know that some time ago, Ms. Beauregard at the time and I met on multiple occasions with leadership from the organization, just trying to work through what it would take to get to that point. And I'll be honest, it's that far back in my brain where I'm not remembering where we landed ultimately, but there definitely was a lot of collaboration that was going on with the city a couple years ago.
Yes, that was a couple of years ago where they came and asked for the remainder of they had some funding that was contingent upon some audit requirements, and they had come back and asked that we release that funding for them to be able to pay for their audit. And so we had released that funding, and that's the audit in question that we had requested. And so that's why I say I'll need to go back and double check on that to see exactly what was sent to us, because there was a bunch of communications going back and forth on that.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, next up we have the council strategic plan update. And we're gonna have the public comment period. Just based on the schedule that council currently has and the workload that staff is under, the transition of Mr. Blair into this interim position, we changed the dates from the October 20th and 27th date to November 20th and December 15th. And those are 11 to 5 on both of those dates. So there was a change in terms of dates, and we will continue to offer either once or twice per month this opportunity to provide public comment during council meetings. And you can always email us with any suggestions too. Mr. Willer, would you check and see if there's anyone who would like to speak during this public comment period.
If you'd like to speak to council about the strategic plan, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. And while we're waiting to see if somebody raises their hand, I'll mention that information about the strategic plans available at charlottesville.gov/strategic plan. And we did put out a media release about the date changes that the mayor just referenced. I saw one hand go up briefly, but it went down again. Mayor Walker, there are no hands raised.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Next up, we have the city financial report through September 30th, 2020.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. I will have Mr. Davidson present the report to council at this time.
We have a brief PowerPoint to walk council through the report. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. So this is a continuation of the monthly financial snapshots of the general fund and utility revenues and expenditures, as well as our progress with the CARES funds that we started at the beginning of the fiscal year. Again, these slides that we're going to go through are going to touch on the highlights. A more detailed report was provided to council and posted on our budget webpage. So wanted to start our conversation on the general fund revenues. Last month, we told you we would come to council with on a quarterly basis with any revisions to our annual projections that we felt were necessary that we may have. These revised projections that you see on the screen came from our revenue team that meets every other week, and it consists of our Commissioner of Revenue, Treasurer, Director of Finance, Director of Economic Development staff, the assessor, budget staff, city manager, deputy city managers, many of whom are actually on this call to be able to answer in more detail some questions that have been coming up over these revenues over the past couple months. But we wanted to start with our revised revenue projections because in looking at our total general fund revenues, we adopted a budget of approximately $191 million. And as we monitored our revenues and as we progressed through the fiscal year, there were several that we felt warranted a closer look and some revisions to what we had originally projected. So these revenues here, these items on the slide represent the revenues we felt warranted those revised projections. Overall, it's about a $4.5 million difference, which is about 2.36% of the total general fund budget. As you can see, we've been talking at great length on a monthly basis about the meal sales and lodging taxes. And in looking at those, the sales tax has been performing slightly better than what we had anticipated. Meals and lodging, we're both coming in slightly lower, and those represent decreases mainly because the revised recovery rate that we had anticipated coming into this fiscal year is happening at a slower rate than what we had initially anticipated. So while if you looked at the annual projections and where we have fallen to date, it doesn't look like a huge difference when you look at it over the course of the fiscal year when we were anticipating, come the first of the year being back close to 100% of previous year's collections. We don't anticipate getting there now till we get towards the end of the fiscal year and in some cases into the 22 even. So that's why on those two items, those were the biggest reductions that we saw, $2 million in the total meals tax revenue and about $1.8 million in the lodging. The other really large revenue reduction we made was on the Parks and Recreation revenue. Again, this was one where when we made the budget, we're unsure of exactly when the facilities would be opening back up, and we anticipated, generating some revenue and potentially opening the facilities into the summer or even into the fall. As you know, right now, most of our facilities are still closed, and so the revenue generating ability it has been greatly reduced in Parks and Recreation to this point. And, there's still a big unknown of once the facilities do open up, how much public is going to come back into these facilities for a number of reasons, whether it's safe, whether they just don't want to be out in public, or they've moved to other gyms, or wherever else that may be. So that's one where we looked at that, and our current estimate is about a $650,000, 48% reduction. But we're one thing I want to say with all of these revenues, not just these, is with all the revenues that we look at within the city, we're continuously monitoring them. We have this group that meets, at least twice a week, if not more often, if something comes up. And so we're continuously monitoring and watching these and making these adjustments and having these discussions where it's necessary. If you look at, I want to talk about real estate real quickly. Actually, real estate and personal property were grouped together by mistake. They should have been separated. But real estate, we're looking at roughly $178,000 decrease, and that's mainly based upon the revised collection rates that we saw for the end of the June bills that we collected. And based on that revised collection rate, we're looking at slight reduction in the collection rate of what we saw, and that's going to result in while it's not a huge reduction for this at this point, it's a slight reduction. Obviously, it's still a big unknown, and come December, when we actually start in December and January, when we collect those bills, that's when we're going to have a much better feel on that one as we move forward. Personal property tax, this is one that we're looking at about a $200,000 reduction from our adopted budget on our revised projections. That's mainly based on, there's a little bit on the revised book value of the automobiles in there, but also again on the collection rates based on what we saw for the June bills that we collected at the end of June. Moving along, the tax on wills and deeds and permits, those are both areas where they're performing better than we had anticipated. So there's a little bit of a ray of light in all these reductions we're showing you, in that we did have a couple of revenues where we looked at having some increases. And then the last one on this slide is the state recordation tax. It's approximately $200,000 a year that we get back from the state. And as part of the appropriations bill that the General Assembly passed this year, all of the state recordation tax dollars for every locality in the state was redirected to the Hampton Roads area for their transit operations and their regional transit authority down there. And that was a bill that, that was an addition to the appropriation bill that we found out about after it had already kind of been through the regular session, and as part of the special session right towards the end, our legislative liaison picked that up and brought that up to our attention, as well as BACO and BML, bringing that to our attention. And and the county was caught off guard by this. I think in most localities were kind of caught off guard by this. So this was one that the state just reallocated those dollars. So that's where we are with currently with those revised projections. So that, like I said before, we're about $4.5 million down from our original projections. But again, this is through the first quarter. These are our estimates as of now. As we continue to monitor and look at these as we move forward, these revenues may change to the good, to the bad. We're just unsure at this point, but we'll continue to monitor those, and there could be additional changes and additions, reductions as we move forward. Okay, Brian, you can move to the next slide. And so, as we've done in the months past, I wanted to kind of, this slide, we're going to look at the five major revenues that we've really discussed in the previous months: meals, sales, lodging, real estate. If you look at our total general fund revenue, our year-to-date projections and our actuals were only about $100,000 off, but we felt that, that wasn't telling the story, because there's a lot of one-time revenues, large state revenues that come in that skew those percentages a little bit. And the story really is, that we're having to look at these $4.5 million in revenue revisions on our projections, even though it looks like we're close to our projections right now. As we move forward, that that gap would start to widen. So we wanted to take our focus away from how we're performing based on the projections and more towards the percent of the annual budget collected. We know, as with revenues or as with expenditures, the revenues are not evenly divided over 12 months. So you're not going to anticipate getting 12, the exact same amount for 12 months. So these percentages may not reflect 25% as we're going through the first quarter. Real estate and personal property are collected twice a year. Something such as sales tax, you would expect a larger collection rate during the holiday periods and things of that nature. But as of right now, this is how we've done fairly well with our collections, but we're expecting to see a little bit difference as we move forward. Okay, Brian, we can go on to the next one. Looking at the general fund expenditures, again, we're 3 months through or 1 quarter into the year, and you would expect that to be around 25. If all things were created equal and the budgets were spread out evenly, we'd be around 25% of the if things were running normally. But as we've talked about previously, there's things such as one-time contractual costs, fixed costs, those kind of things that come out at different times that cause it to look to be not exactly lining up with what a 1 quarter 25% would be. The one area I wanted to point out on here that's slightly above the 25% is the healthy families and community area. That's mainly due to the fact that there's both the first and second quarter payments are reflected for some of the outside nonprofits, specifically the human service agencies that we provide funding to, and some of those payments, some of the second quarter payments had already gone out when these actuals were captured. So that's going to cause it to be slightly skewed. And as you'll see next month, we should have 2 full months worth of those actuals in there. So it'll be an even larger percentage. Non-departmental activities on here, this includes our transfers to the other funds, such as debt service, social services, transit, CSA, among others, most of which are really one-time payments. So while our percentage of total budget is at 20%, most of these areas in the non-departmental activities will be a one-time payment, with the exception of the COVID dollars, the COVID reserve, which is in that category as well, that are going to come out typically, either in the third or fourth quarter of the budget. That will again cause those percentages to be skewed because those are just large lump one-time payments. Okay, Brian. The last slide we have here is our care support. This shows the appropriations for both the total appropriation column is for both the first and second round of the CARES funds. Overall, we're at about 58% for both rounds, 90% expended from the first round of the CARES funds, and only about 26% so far for round 2, which is, to be understandable since we just passed those a couple of weeks ago, and so haven't really been able to really dig into those yet. But the first round is close to 90% expended, and with a lot of categories being at 95% and above. And that's kind of the brief overview. I'm sure there's questions about some of these that, as I said, we have many of our revenue team here to be able to answer the questions and discuss any items you may want more information on.
Ryan, why did you all decide to put Public Works and Parks and Recs together?
That is for this presentation. That was just the operational departments that we have put together. We can separate those out for the presentation. It was just to try to keep the expenditures on one slide. In the actual report we provide to council, you're correct. Those are broken out separately in that report. But for the presentation, we can separate those out moving forward.
Okay. Thank you. Council, are there any other questions?
In the projections, is there any expectation that heading into the winter, some of those revenues for, I guess, particularly meals tax and lodging may take a greater hit? Or is that sort of already baked in?
Yeah, Mr. Divers and Mr. Vandiver are on here for as well that can speak to this. But in those projections, that when they look at those, it's is baked in to an extent. We have to factor in what we believe the recovery rate will be. And initially, we had the recovery getting back for some of those a little bit past the beginning of the first of the year. Now we've extended that way out. I don't know if Jason or Todd have anything to add, but it's somewhat baked in, but there's still an unknown of when we get in there, how many people, how much is the restaurant industry going to go down because people are not going to want to eat inside where they were eating outside, or is it not going to matter? Is there going to be more takeout? Those are kind of the questions that we just don't have the answers to. And, we listen anecdotally to what the businesses are saying. We have, our economic development department listening to that. And I don't know if Todd and Jason had anything else they wanted to weigh in on within that area.
No, I think, can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think you nailed it. We just sort of have pushed our recovery out. Just like Ryan said, we were essentially guessing a quicker recovery and it's not materialized. So we're sort of, taking another stab at it and pushing things out.
So in terms of longer term projections, so that we don't learn this, a few days before the meeting or the day of the meeting.
Sure.
It's something that I've been asking for the entire pandemic. How do we estimate the possibilities of the revenues and the loss of revenues based on just being in this pandemic? How does it impact the organization? And this is a management question and not necessarily for you. So, and how does that translate so that employees if they are impacted in any way in the future? Because if negative trends continue, then we're going to have some impacts to the organization overall. How do we know and plan for those? And how do we try to mitigate those without just arriving at that point and then determining that? So I've asked for it previously of like if-then situations. If this occurs, and is that too much work? Are you all having those conversations? Just trying to figure out how we better prepare for the potential losses.
Well, I do want to let the council know November the 6th, I do plan to convene the budget team. And that is going to be the first meeting to discuss these projected revenue decreases and the management and other expenditure analysis we need to take to try to avoid exactly that, Mayor Walker. What is it right now in November that we can do as a budget team to try to anticipate if the trend lines do not improve and in fact get worse? What are the things we can do internally to avoid looking at reductions in services or reductions in force? And again, that'll be our first meeting to discuss what techniques and what management practices we should be looking at in terms of, again, I hate to say worst case, but again, if the trend lines don't improve, if the health situation doesn't improve, and therefore meals and lodging tax does not improve as quickly as anticipated, even today.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you. I think that would be helpful. Any additional questions, comments?
The question that I've got, just to be clear, when you have the column for the revised projections, particularly as it pertains to meals tax and lodging tax, I know that you had made certain assumptions that the lodging and the meals tax revenues would come back at a certain rate of, it was like 5% or 10% more per month until presumably back to normal. I guess I just want to be clear that the projections that you've given us here assume that you've recalibrated the entire curve. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Because as I pointed out, in a lot of cases, we were not far below where we were anticipating, but we were anticipating that curve going up faster and outpacing what's actually happening as we move forward. So we pushed that out all the way through and recalibrated that entire curve through at least the rest of this fiscal year, as far as these projections are concerned.
And if I could add, we don't, on some of these, we don't necessarily get back to 100%.
Correct.
Within this fiscal year. I mean,
right. Yeah.
We kind of can safely say that, that's going to be a ways off.
Well, I remember that we saw one estimate last spring that made it seem like perhaps we'd be back to 100% by November, or something like that. Well, clearly that's not happening. So I'm glad that. So in theory, unless things get worse than right now, the revised annual projections, might well be essentially the same 3 months from now.
It's very possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would add, I think I've shared with you all, I think there, there's a, obviously the idea of going south. Now, I think you also have to keep an eye on the federal government as well. Elections and what may happen. I mean, I think there is speculation. Again, depending on how the elections go in November, the federal level, there may be an additional round of CARES that may allow some supplanting of revenue. All of the bills that have been passed to this point, or the bill that's been passed to this point, didn't allow localities or states to supplant revenue, but it's my understanding that could be a possibility depending on the elections in November at the federal level.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
I know this is it's an educated guess because you can't identify everything, and I know early on was also an educated guess with a lot of unknowns. So thank you. It is very sobering, though.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Next, we have report climate action plan update, a report from the Community Climate Collaborative, and speaker Pamela Boyce-Sams discussing climate justice in that order. And it looks like Miss Elliott.
Hi. And they're still with us.
Hi, good evening. And then Mr. Wheeler has a slide deck to go ahead and project up on the screen. So thank you all for sticking it out with us this evening. I'm happy that we're at this part of the agenda and happy to hear the other presentations this evening as well. Tonight, I am here to give a briefing on the upcoming development process for developing a climate action plan. This is something that we had talked about with city leadership and had gone over in small group meetings with councilors previously. And we're going to start reaching out to the community, letting them know, what we're looking at in terms of different steps and stages of what's upcoming. And we were requested to also present that here tonight to help make sure that we're reaching that broader audience. So I've got a couple of slides that I will try to stay somewhat succinctly. I think from anyone who has talked with me on this topic knows that it can get pretty complex and pretty deep and extensive. So I'm going to try to stay at more of a simple level, at least at the beginning of this presentation, and then we can go into questions and discussion later down further down in the agenda. So as you can go to the next slide, please. In terms of the background of what brought us to where we are, in 2017, Council committed to the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. That commitment carries 2 different tracks with 3 different phases of actions to be accomplished. One of those tracks focuses on mitigation, so the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The other one is adaptation, so recognizing that we have a changing climate and we're going to be impacted, and we need to figure out what that means in terms of proactively, how do we plan and adapt any of our urban systems to respond to that. What we've accomplished so far is we need to maintain an updated greenhouse gas inventory. The 2016 report also included updates to the 2000 and 2011 data. We changed over to new reporting protocols per the Covenant Mayor's commitment. We also identified some process improvements to speed up what this would be in future years. And currently we are in the quality assurance quality checking part for 2018 data to add into the inventory. Last year, Council adopted a new greenhouse gas reduction goal. It is a 45% reduction by 2030 as measured from 2011. I'm going to come back to that in a slide or two, as well as carbon neutral by 2050. We had originally planned to start talking about the action plan for actually then achieving these greenhouse gas reductions back in the spring. We were getting ready to launch right as COVID rolled in. And so we paused what we were looking at doing in terms of community engagement at that point. At the end of summer in August, we started reconsidering what we could do over this fall to start moving that forward. That's brought us to where we are now. What we do expect was we had planned on trying to do in a sequence row of getting pretty far through the mitigation topic before bringing in a different process with the community on adaptation planning. Those are going to have some overlap now in terms of timelines. One of the ways these 2 topics work is they can both stand alone, but there are interrelated aspects that go back and forth between the mitigation and the adaptation side of things. So I try to, I kind of use the analogy of likening it to a book series where you have multiple volumes within that series. Each individual book can stand on its own, but there are elements that interrelate that help to support each other as you go through. Next slide, please. In terms of the plan, I'm getting to the mitigation. So this is to reach those reduction goals. Where we are starting from is that we are actually building from a foundation. The city established the Climate Protection Program back in 2006. There's about 13 plus years of discussion and efforts within our community around this topic. There's also a lot of community interest and industry expertise within our community that can help inform this. Next slide. Additionally, back in 2019, as well as adopting the greenhouse gas reduction goal, Council passed a resolution that identified these aspects of what our climate action plan should include. This gives us an underpinning of what we need to focus our conversations on and what success looks like in terms of what topics are we bringing into our plan and what elements does it need to include. Next slide, please. We also have the background data. So we know from looking at the 3 years I mentioned previously that we've seen an increasing rate of reductions. From 2000 to 2011, so over approximately a 10-year period, we saw a 3% reduction. Over the following 5 years, we saw a 21% reduction. So we're seeing increasing opportunities to actually be able to reduce our emissions. If you remember, our new reduction goal is measured from 2011, and it is a 45% reduction by 2030. So as of 2016, we were almost about halfway there already. Additionally, we have from our greenhouse gas inventory profile, on the right is a pie chart of that from 2016. You can see where we have our opportunities for reduction of that to get that remaining 24% by 2030. These really come from our residential, commercial, and community transportation areas. Additionally, the little orange piece is on the outside. That is showing what the sources of the emissions are for the residential and commercial sectors combined. So with that, of the overall pie for the entire, everything within our city's footprint, 42% of that comes from electricity and 14.2 is from the natural gas. When you look just at those two pieces of our built environment, 74% of that is from electricity. This past General Assembly session put into code requirements for Dominion to be greening what its power sources that it's delivering to us. We also have the opportunity for efficiency in terms of improving the efficiency and reducing the amount of energy demand of our buildings locally, and also the opportunities for our on-site renewables. So we have a lot of opportunities that really do align well with where our emission sources are coming from right now. Next slide, please. Generally, when you start talking about what are the types of actions that reduce emissions, they fall into sort of what I call three buckets. There's the ones that focus on your demand, so your energy efficiency and conservation. There are the ones that fall into what your fuel supply is and looking at fuel switching. So either switching to something that is a carbon-free or to a lower carbon fuel source. And then there's the other ones that after you've looked at reducing the demand, so reducing the amount of emissions you're putting up there, reducing the amount of emissions of your fuel sources, you've got what you have left. And that's where that sequestration and that drawdown topic come from, of the kind of question of, well, what do you do with what you can't reduce otherwise? These three buckets align with what the state is talking about of looking at our carbon-free future. The key things to notice from this graph are not the little tiny words that you probably can't read, but are the fact that the green through the yellow that you see on there, those align with the first two buckets. So that's really where those opportunities are that the state is seeing across the Commonwealth and also what we're seeing within our own locality for opportunity. Next slide, please. For developing our plan and structuring the conversation we're going to have with the community, we want to borrow from the idea of a strategic plan framework. We think this can help have a focus on how do we need to get, what we need to do to get to 2030, as well as keeping an eye at what are those upcoming actions that we need to look down the road for towards getting to carbon neutrality by 2050. It allows us the flexibility to be able to have our conversations to meet us where we are right now, but also to accommodate future changes. We don't need to right now work out all the details of everything we need to accomplish over the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years. We need to know what the big things are we have to start now, and we need to be able to plot out what are those mileposts down the road that we need to be working towards and figuring out more details and tracking as we get closer to them. Additionally, with this sort of strategic plan framework, it helps us keep our goals and near-term actions front and center in what our conversations are. There are definitely things that are going to be very complex. There are going to be things that, as we think about design and implementation and what are those accountability metrics we want to see in here, we're going to want to have some deeper conversations on that. And so we can at least identify what those are in this plan. We can then identify what those next steps are to get further detail and refinement on what those need to look like. But we don't need to hold up our entire planning process to dive into the deepness of every single piece of complexity that we run into. In terms of also sequencing the topics and which conversations are going to be happening when. Following back to that pie chart of the biggest three sectors that we have, starting off our conversations with buildings and on-site renewables, and then focusing in on the transportation side. Equity is a big topic across a lot of different conversations right now, but is also one of the pieces that in the council resolution wanted to make sure that it's addressed not just at a high level, but actually looked at in conjunction with what are specific strategies to reduce emission? What does that mean for specific sectors? So kind of more, what does equity actually look like on the ground when we're talking about who are the individuals who need to be taking the actions? What resources or barriers do they have? And how can we help meet that in the middle so that we're not putting things out there that we want people to achieve, but yet we also see at the same time that they are somehow blocked from being able to do that. And we're just going to not pay attention to that or consider that in our planning process. One of the other topics, which has been a big part of your agenda tonight, has been around financing and really the question of where does the money come from? Back before COVID came in, the resolution from council did also address, said that the climate action plan needs to address financing. It recognized that to hit the scale and the pace of rate options that we need, we can't rely on just the local government dollar, and we can't rely on just getting grants for it. We need to figure out what are those other funding sources that are out there so that we can strategically aim for those. And and we can consider that if there's a gap of some sort of program or service that we as a community can help create to build that linkage to get those resources here, we know what those are and we can aim towards those. The green piece on there is the topics that are then in that smaller part of the pie that are not those bigger three. There are some efforts, for example, within Public Works, there is a waste or landfill diversion study that's happening right now. The results of that will be coming out and will help to inform our conversations around our waste reduction strategies for Climate Action Plan. And then there's a variety of other topics, both ones that are shown within our greenhouse gas profile, but there's also going to be topics that are important to our community, but are not calculable and able to be included in that pie chart. So we need to figure out a way, and that will be part of those conversations, identifying what those are, so that we can include them in our bigger conversations, even though they are not our measurable actions towards that reduction goal. Next slide, please. So in terms of community input, what we're looking at over the next 6 months is really as a layered approach. So we're pulling together a liaison committee, and this would be where these are our regional partners. These are the groups that we end up doing coordinating conversations around planning when we look beyond just what our jurisdiction is doing, but how does this interface with the larger growth of our region? And so the goal for this group would be so that they understand what we're talking about, so that when these topics come up in those planning and coordination conversations, they're more aware of what the background is, but also we can hear what they have going on in their plans and what their goals are, so that we can hopefully incorporate that into what we have happening. For the core topic committees, we're looking at having these as with city staff, institutional partners, and then representatives of our public who are serving on our boards and commissions who are related to those topics. For direct community input, it'll be a layered opportunities where we'll have listening sessions, some surveys that are online. All of this is virtual, by the way, thinking about that we have to conduct this during COVID, similar to how this meeting is being run. Public meetings, presentations with an open Q&A afterwards. And then we're also looking at building on other efforts that are happening. So there's efforts happening around climate justice mapping in our community. There are things around the Climate Action Together collaboration between sustainability staff within the city, county, and UVA that we've been working on, trying to bring more resources into this topic to help inform our efforts. There's discussions that are happening around the housing strategy for the city, where there's some interrelated themes around values and priorities for our community, the comprehensive plan discussions that are happening, and then a whole bunch of other things that are happening in the background that I'm not going to dive into right at this moment, but there are other efforts that we don't see the Climate Action Plan as standing on its own. We really do see that for it to be effective, it needs to be integrated with these other plans, but simultaneously, we need to understand what these other efforts are aiming at so that we can share those goals into what we're then adapting as our efforts and where we're pointing going forward. Next slide, please. So in terms of staying in touch, we do have, we set up on the city's website, the climate action category for news flashes, and members of the community can sign up for push alerts via the Notify Me function. These will also be posted on the charlottesville.gov/climate webpage. And then also you can email us at climate@charlottesville.gov. This is my final slide. So if there are any questions I can answer field at this point, I'm happy to. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Council, are there any questions, or would you like to continue with C3?
Keep on.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Susan, I've got your slide deck ready whenever you are ready for it.
Okay, I think we're ready. So thank you, Brian. Thank you so much for hanging in there for this part of the presentation. Thank you, Mayor Walker, Vice Mayor McGill, and Council for inviting us here to share the findings of our Uncovering Energy Inequity report. At the Community Climate Collaborative, we work to facilitate climate action for small cities, and we are particularly interested in where policies and programs intersect with other city goals so that we can achieve multiple things together simultaneously. One such intersection is between housing affordability and greenhouse gas emissions reduction in the residential sector. To understand this intersection, C3 examined energy burden in the city of Charlottesville. Energy burden is the percent of income that a household pays in energy costs. Energy costs are also a key factor in what makes housing in our city affordable. In our research, we understood that Charlottesville's extreme wealth gap required that we looked beyond averages to see where energy burdens might be covered up in those averages, so we could look more closely at where inequities exist within neighborhoods. I want to turn the presentation over. Excuse me, my voice has gotten hoarse while I haven't talked for many hours here. Apologize. To our Director of Climate Policy, Caetano de Campos Lopez, who's going to share the findings of our report, and I will be on hand later in the conversation. So we'll try to keep it brief, but let me turn it over to Caetano at this point.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Dear City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the important topic of energy burden and energy equity. Next slide, please. I should start by saying that every household faces an energy burden of a certain level. The difference is how big it is. An energy burden is high when it's between 6 and 10% of the household's income, very high when it's between 10 and 20%, and extremely high if it's of 20% or more. Charlottesville faces an energy burden of 2.3% on average. This average would be considered as moderate and therefore not necessarily alarming. However, as Susan Cruz just mentioned, averages can hide many disparities. Our first key finding was that nearly 5,000 households in Charlottesville, or 27% of the city's population, face high energy burden levels. More than 4,000 households face very high energy burden levels, and almost 1,000 allocate 20% or more of their income to home energy expenditures. In other words, although the city has a mild average energy burden of only 2.3%, thousands of households in the city face energy burden levels that are more than 5 times bigger than it. Next slide, please. As a hypothetical example, let's consider a household that earns $23,340 per year. Let's assume that this household face an energy burden of 20%. This would imply that this hypothetical household would spend nearly $4,700 per year in home energy costs alone. May you click again, Brian, please? When we look at a monthly basis, this would represent a household with an income of nearly $2,000 per month and an energy expenditures of $400 per month, more or less. Although these values are just for a hypothetical household, C3 has interacted with low-income immigrants households in our area that spent more than $500 per month in electricity alone. We can easily imagine how this can be indeed the reality faced by many households in our community. Next slide, please. We then looked at Charlottesville's census tract to capture neighborhood level information to better understand where these highly energy burden households are located and what drives these unsustainable energy burden levels. We found that nearly 1 in 4 households in Charlottesville faced an energy burden of 10% or more, although the city's average energy burden is only 2.3%. Moreover, more than half of the households living in the area of Downtown Page neighborhood face an energy burden of 10% or more. That's nearly 2.5 times the average concentration in Charlottesville and 11 times the concentration in the Locust Grove neighborhood. Our analysis also shown how more impacted neighborhoods seem to be unevenly distributed across the city. Brian, could you click, please? Being close together, as we can see in the area of the orange dotted circle. We began to confirm our hypothesis that energy burden in Charlottesville was very unevenly distributed. Next slide, please. Better understanding what drives these unsustainable energy burden levels is key to develop solutions to address it. Our report found that first, the orange dotted circle from the previous slide not only concentrated the largest share of highly energy burden households, but it also concentrated the highest share of populations of color and renters. Next bullet. Extremely low-income households face an average energy burden of 16%, the highest energy burden levels of any income group. Given a same built year, renter-occupied homes face energy burden levels up to 2 times higher than those faced by homeowners. And when controlling by income, home ownership does not seem to be a relevant driver of energy burden. And lastly, there is no clear link between the year a house is built and the energy burden levels in Charlottesville. These sometimes counterintuitive findings showed how general beliefs might not always be replicable to the specific realities of smaller yet unique communities such as Charlottesville. Next slide, please. The good news is that solutions exist. We need to increase access to energy efficiency improvements and investments in distributed renewable energy. However, decision makers must remember that the potential equity benefits of clean energy programs are not an inevitable outcome of them and must be intentionally designed. For example, an important focus should be made on extremely low-income households and historically marginalized communities. Next slide, please. All right. Okay, now what outcomes could we expect from such programs? Our report also explored the socioeconomic and environmental impacts of, for example, reducing energy burden from 24% to affordable levels of 6%, with a strong focus on extremely low-income households. Per year, a program like this would, on average, free up to nearly $1,300, save 11,000 kilowatt hours. Yes, thank you. And reduce carbon dioxide equivalent emissions by 4.5 tons for each household per year. If a program like this had a reach of 1,000 households, that would be equal to $1.3 million in savings for these households per year. This in turn could be used to improve their quality of life and allow them to invest in themselves and in their families. Moreover, assuming that part of it would be spent locally instead of only increasing the revenue of major energy utilities, this could further reactivate and revigorate the city's economy. If you might click again, creating local jobs, reducing emissions, and reducing consumption. And now I would like to turn back to Susan again. Next slide, please.
Yeah, thank you, Caetano. One thing I want to stress is because we were only able to access energy data aggregated by census tract, there is still much more to learn about which households in particular are experiencing these high energy burdens, which streets might be more burdened than others. And, you know, we also recognize, so if you could advance the bullets here. So we really need to do more. There's more learning we need to do. But the important thing that this report tells us is some of the places where we need to start looking. Also, we recognize, and you can advance it a little bit, that we are not the experts in what solutions might work best in some of these impacted communities. And we are currently seeking out the input of stakeholders such as the Charlottesville Low-Income Housing Coalition, FAR, and others as we look to design policies and program recommendations that might provide the most comprehensive solutions and help identify intersectional opportunities to achieve multiple community goals. So I think that's all we have for you this evening. However, Caetano and I are happy to answer questions, and we look forward to working with Susan and Crystal and others on staff to help work on the climate action plan and figure out some of these solutions to these problems.
And the only comment I'd make is I certainly reinforce with staff just the importance of us really partnering with those of you that are in the community, and certainly amazing resources for us as we go towards looking at this climate action plan, there's just not any other area that I've seen such just strength and energy, no pun intended, but coming from the community that really I think we can work side by side with to really come up with something that we all can be proud of. And I just really appreciate the enthusiasm and just how engaged you all have been throughout this process and working with counselors and meeting with us. And I really think it's great for our staff to kind of have this support, because as we've all acknowledged that we have a small and mighty staff focused on this, but to have the support from the community is going to be monumental, because this is a pretty big undertaking and we need to be looking at it regionally, as some of my colleagues have already alluded to. So I just really want to thank you all, and really I'm really glad to see that partnership, evolving so naturally.
Any additional comments?
I guess I just wanted to kind of clarify. The way I'm seeing this is that we're looking to focus on these higher usage households and not trying to bring them even down to zero, but instead bringing them down to like a efficient usage.
Well, I think, we need a lot more information to know what's really possible in some of these households. So part of that is we need to be doing the outreach and the engagement that's needed in the communities where the energy burden is highest, and really figure out what solutions might be. But we were sort of projecting a hypothetical program. If we could get the highest energy burdened households down to a sustainable level, those are the type of gains we could make. But we don't want to try to make recommendations of what that program might be without talking to residents who are actually experiencing it. But we do know from the research that we've got to have a focus on extremely low income households as a priority, because that's where the energy burdens are greatest. That's where the potential impact on alleviating expensive living situations for people, making housing more affordable, and also reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we also have to figure out a way that we're reaching renters, because I think a lot of the programs that exist right now are really designed for homeowners to take advantage of. And we know that many of our energy burdened households are actually in rental situations. And so we've got to figure out a way to manage the split incentive that exists between landlords and tenants over managing for efficiency and energy costs. We would love to see figure out a way that we could implement low-income renewable energy without leading toward community displacement. So these are all solutions we want to design alongside residents who are experiencing it, so that we make sure that would be our recommendation, that we design it alongside those residents, so that we make sure we're creating ideas that people want and that will be embraced, and that we can deploy rapidly and efficiently in the community, because we do need to scale up on this quickly if we want to address both housing affordability and climate emissions simultaneously. I'd love to see this project scale up, and the only way that's going to happen is if we've got broad buy-in from the community who it's being designed to serve.
May I just add something? I just want to observe that LEAP, working with the county throughout the end of last year and the beginning of this year, they worked with 10 units in Southwood, Latinx immigration community here in the area. And the units that they worked with, they had an average consumption that was 3 times bigger than the average consumption of Charlottesville unit. And they were able to reduce their consumption by 55% with an investment that were only of $10,000 for each unit. And I'm saying only because if you're talking about a bigger home that had less consumption than these units, $10,000 would help you reduce like much less than 55%. And they reduced 55% with a result that working with 10 units, they pretty much, the savings were equivalent to 15 regular units, average units, going down to zero, because they had consumption of three houses per unit, 30 houses. If you reduce by 55%, it's equal to get 15 houses of the average ones out of the grid. And it's amazing how by focusing on the ones that have the most energy inefficient units, the ones that need it the most, you're getting the most for climate and the most for affordability. So I think it's a very interesting topic, and we do not have all the answers, but we definitely want to work more with it.
And I think it's important to look at this, from the holistic standpoint as someone who, received LEAP services in the past and was able to benefit from that assistance and lower my energy bill as a result of that. Understanding how, how that benefits homeowners and individuals, landlords who rent their homes out, to help people lower those, those expenses, which can be pretty high if you have, air flowing out your windows and your door's not on correctly, and you don't have the correct insulation, which was something that I had going on. But I think something that stuck out to me was how not to increase displacement while you are also trying to serve people with the greatest needs. And that's been something that I've been talking about, throughout the funding that we give through the Vibrant Community Fund, and before I arrived and since I arrived here. And I think whatever the plan is, that we need to be able to, incorporate, making sure that we don't further gentrify neighborhoods as a result of, these needed efforts.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And one of the things we recognize is that affordable housing in cities and near centers of work, near services, is also critical for achieving climate goals. So if we're pushing people out of our city and they're having to drive in to get to jobs and services and churches and visit family, our transportation emissions are going up. So it's not a problem looking at climate, and particularly trying to address multiple community goals and really putting equity at the center. We've just got to figure out how to do this differently. And I think Charlottesville has a real opportunity here because it has prioritized affordable housing and not wanting to displace communities. And we have a real opportunity where we've set an ambitious climate goal to try to do something unusual. And I'm really excited about the work ahead. And I'm hopeful that we can find some solutions that can help to alleviate those concerns.
I think this is a good time to introduce Pamela. Pamela was here maybe 6-7 years ago, had pulled Black women from different socioeconomic backgrounds, which is rare in this community, but had us coming together to work on healing measures, is I think how I'll put it. And she'll talk a little bit more about her background, but growing herbs and figuring out how we can, if we have a climate crisis, if there's a natural disaster, how can you heal yourself in this process? And of course, with even that work, the bigger conversation around how to heal yourself from the legacy of enslavement, like all of those, and how that detachment, I would describe it, occurs from kind of being one with the earth to the, reconnecting there. That was one part of it. And we were talking today, well, it's now another day, but about, how so many people are so familiar with, all of these current conversations surrounding, health, the food justice movement, organic foods, climate action. It's something that we know very well. And I often use my maternal grandmother's house in Louisa, Virginia. But how do we get that message back, to people who I feel in a lot of these conversations? And we talked about everything from tree commission reports, bike and pad, the trail conversations. And she was originally supposed to participate in this discussion when we were supposed to have a work session back in May. To just make sure when we are talking about equity, and that you can go back to every conversation, equity is always listed as a priority and a reason that we must focus on this, that we figure out how to do that well. And so I'll turn it over now, and thank you for staying with us too. You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now? Are you able to hear? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, it's a little bit mechanical, but we can hear you. It looks like you're
That's why I was in here on audio first, and I thought the audio was on. But anyway, Mayor Walker, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, council people. Thank you so much. I want to commend you all for your stamina this evening. This has been quite a marathon. I didn't get you here fully. I'm going to go to another screen. If we're going to authentically use the phrase equity on the ground in the context of community engagement in preparation for climate disruption, when we prioritize projects, that means meeting the needs of the entire community, meaning addressing the entire community, what they think, what they feel is their priority, and what is equitable. So it is my pleasure to work with deeply distressed communities around the country, groups, organizations, and networks on how to engage with communities in ways that the lenses of the community are taken into consideration. So how is authentic, equitable inclusivity accomplished? It means fully taking into account, factoring in and honoring the radically socioeconomic and cultural lenses and how vast the wealth gap is that shapes the priorities of various segments of their community. So what does success look like there? It means not just being aware of, but accepting and digesting and metabolizing the fact that the type of climate change disruption and adaptation needs and objectives is radically different for different segments of your population, and just be with that. Without trying to convince or control people into understanding why one set of environmental or climate change adaptation objectives is more important than the other. Just being with that and fully digesting that, a whole other set of lenses is operative in a segment of the community that is usually marginalized. So that's to say, there's always one end of the population given their intergenerational life experience that has a specific set of climate change adaptation objectives, and given their experience, that segment is rightly concerned with reducing Charlottesville carbon footprint through projects like tree planting and hiking trails and bike lanes, urban space, and convergent solar energy. and renewable energy. The second segment of the population, given their intergenerational experience, has a completely different set of needs that, if met, will enable them to truly be resilient and better cope with climate change. So climate change, adaptation, and supply chain disruption for that second distressed part of your community looks like food insecurity. Simply put, lack of food because they're already living on the margin. It looks like increased displacement of already substandard housing.
Pamela.
It looks like
Not here.
illness and higher incidence of mortality, skyrocketing death rates due to disproportionate rates of intergenerational diseases like diabetes and asthma, hypertension, cardiac disease, not to mention being exponentially more vulnerable to the next pandemic coming down the pike. There's definitely more coming down the pike. So it's true. Yes.
So we have a phone number that I'll ask Mr. Willer to send to you, and maybe you can call in, and it'll be, you're going in and out, and we can't hear you clearly.
Yes.
Mayor Walker, I'll email that number.
Okay. So, Mr. Blair, she's saying that she's getting pushed off the calls and wanted to know if I could put her on speakerphone on my phone and for us to hear. That's fine. Okay, I'm putting you on now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can everybody hear? Yes.
Okay, so should I go back a little bit?
Yes, probably so.
Okay. All right, so what I was saying was that authentic, equitable inclusivity, and how is that accomplished? It means taking full account, factoring in, honoring literally the radically different socioeconomic lenses, the vast, as we spoke about, the vast chasm in wealth disparity. What I'm really getting at is how to engage a community in a way where equity is not just a phrase that we like to use, equity on the ground, but what does it actually look like in a community that is marginalized and does not dialogue well, given the power dynamics in a given situation. So success would mean the people that are doing this community engagement, not just being aware of, but accepting and digesting and metabolizing the fact that the type of climate change disruption and adaptation needs and objectives is radically different, and just be with that, rather than trying to convince or cajole or people into understanding why one set of environmental climate change adaptation objectives is better than the other. That's to say, you have one segment of your population, the population that's really well represented here, that given intergenerational life experience that you've all had around here, around the screen, has a very specific climate change set of objectives. And your experience is rightly concerned with addressing the carbon footprint of Charlottesville, Virginia, through projects like tree planting and hiking trails and bike lanes and urban green spaces and renewable energy. The second segment of your population, given their intergenerational life experience, has a completely different set of needs as you approach your community engagement process. Those needs, if met, will stabilize them and truly allow them to be resilient in a real way, as opposed to meeting needs that they stretch to even lift their heads up and see. Climate adaptation for this particular distressed population, and those are populations that I work with around the country in this kind of community engagement process, what that looks like is increased food insecurity. Simply put, lack of food, because they're already living on the margin. It means increased displacement any way you slice it. Displacement out of already substandard housing. It means severe illness and a higher incidence of mortality due to skyrocketing death rates due to disproportional rates of intergenerational diseases such as diabetes and asthma and hypertension and cardiac disease, not to mention being exponentially more vulnerable to the next pandemic coming down the pike. And believe me, this is the tip of the spear. This is just a test of the emergency broadcast system. There's more coming down the pike. So true, long-term, crucial climate disruption planning is, for this population, distressed populations, is about food. It's about housing issues. It's about medicine. It's about survival issues. So if those needs are met simultaneously, it affords this distressed population the opportunity to even raise their heads, to even begin thinking about beyond surviving to thriving. So if this group, if this city council and Mayor Walker have a true, genuine, authentic aspiration to meet climate change adaptation needs of the entire Charlottesville community, you both and approach that is not a plaster over kind of thing, really needs to be authentically operative. So I'd like to briefly share quick examples of approaches that I've adopted by two different cities, severely distressed communities of color, where I have and I currently do work. One is Kingston, New York, Mid-Hudson Valley. I'm Woodstock. My root community is Woodstock, New York, so Kingston, New York is not too far from that. And Chester, Pennsylvania, which is my adopted community here in Pennsylvania. I'm in Swarthmore, working in Chester. Kingston has taken the carbon footprint approach. The Manhattan transplants from Kingston have been advocating for the rail trails and the bike lanes and the solar panels for those who can afford to avail themselves of those options. And the way the city of Kingston's helper community organizations try to engage the community of color is by bringing in flashy eco-justice speakers and dispatching local government community liaisons and task force members and organizers to invite resident stakeholders to a table that's already been set. Despite their use of terminology such as listening sessions, where well-meaning folks who want to help speak at residents, because that's what is known, that is what is familiar, and telling residents why they should care about climate change and renewable energy, why they should care about bike lanes and hiking trails, that they simply don't even use for myriad reasons. And then they don't understand why residents show very little interest in being part of the process. And equity in decision-making under those circumstances, frankly, is a farce. The usual suspects continue to make decisions, citing their valiant attempts to engage residents. The approach in Chester, Pennsylvania, where I'm working locally here in Eastern Pennsylvania, couldn't be more different, and the results are similarly radically different. If there's one thing this pandemic has shown us, is how rapidly the food supply chain breaks down, how quickly our medical infrastructure collapses, how easily life-saving medicines on which people are dependent arrives by mail, and usually arrives by mail, is delayed or simply doesn't arrive. And then add climate change dialing up that disruption to the equation. So Chester, Pennsylvania is an environmental justice nightmare of toxic waste dumping, massive proportion for the entire mid-Atlantic region. It's a city of 30,000 people, 71% Black, mired in poverty. But Chester is also a city that has tremendous grit and tremendous heart. So I'd like to give you an example of what true environmental resilience building that doesn't invite people to the table you've already set, but meets the needs of a population that lives in ongoing distress looks like. Residents in Chester know how vulnerable they are, witnessing how COVID has already ravaged their community. And they also know they're climate change vulnerable. They have taken license, by the grace of the universe, unobstructed, to set their own table. There are no community liaisons and listening sessions and task forces going in. And because of this, Chester residents are fully engaged. Champions that they have identified, connectors, influencers who are trusted, have come forward. They know, having lived it, that in times of food supply chain disruption, in time of climate change disruption, food store shelves are empty. And environmental resilience building for these residents looks like food growing initiatives emerging from and conceived by, orchestrated by, managed and controlled by, not the liaisons that know what's best for them, by residents. As Mayor Walker was saying, our approach is always across a broad spectrum of the community of color, as opposed to only focusing on the distressed folks who basically are trying to look at their next meal. So we engage local senior centers, all of the church communities, the Prince Hall Masons, the Black Masons, the Elks, Alpha Kappa Psi fraternity, basically a broad spectrum of people, so that they're highly motivated service organizations that know what mutual aid looks like. And in all of these spaces, whether it is the Kappas or the Elks or the Black Masons or the churches, trust has already been built, and it's long-standing. They are growing their own medicine. And what that looks like at a very practical level is that we have people suffering from race of diabetes that are off the chart in Chester. If the supply of insulin is interrupted because the Postmaster General has decided to slow down the mail, or because the roads are out, or because the power is out, they know that they can grow bitter melon, cilantro, and turmeric and put that in a solution, and they're going to have the exact same effect on their body as insulin. They know, Chester residents know, that if their Coumadin, their blood thinner, is not coming in the mail, if the supply is disrupted, they know that a Hawthorne hawthorn tree or ginkgo tincture, basically will do the exact same thing, tide them over for days, weeks, months. Frankly, they could get off their medication, but we don't. It's complementary medicines. We don't go there. But literally, they can take care of themselves. We approach this from the angle of self-care sovereignty. So there's an inter-residential mutual aid societies have started to emerge, which take into consideration that in times of climate change disruption, social service systems on which people have traditionally counted are so overwhelmed that they grind to a halt. So my point here is genuine, authentic success looks like recognizing and letting go of the cognitive biases that the really well-intentioned liaisons, task force, and listening session people have in mind, letting go of the cognitive biases that basically de facto invalidate what other people in the community know to be their need, and it may not be what you perceive to be their need. And if success is to be enduring and not just a flash in the pan or to check off a box on a strategic plan or a sustainability plan, the initiatives must, this is again my experience, so I'm only speaking from distressed communities I've worked with, must be driven by people's priorities, managed, controlled by their priorities, by the people affected. This means by the people, not by well-meaning government liaisons, given historic power imbalances that they just simply must step out of the room. Not by people who look like the community, but yet who have been co-opted by well-meaning allies on whom the people that have been co-opted depend. Allies who inevitably begin to steer the conversation because they assume they know what's best for the people. Those people are not helpful in the room either. Success looks like honoring the fact that residents can actually do the needed work on what they prioritize and bring thoughtful, thorough proposals forward for resourcing that is in parity with the resources for all of the carbon footprint projects, the rail trails, the electric buses, all the rest of that. So in tandem with the rail trails, renewable energy, et cetera, equity in environmental resilience building in distressed communities is first and foremost about stabilizing those families' food, medicine, and housing, even as you're doing the carbon footprint types of things, before they can even begin to entertain the macro level carbon footprint issues you're asking them to consider. How many people can think about hiking trails or trees when they've been displaced from their housing or their housing is falling down around them? In this scenario, food and medical stabilization doesn't come from food pantries. It doesn't come from helper-run allied community gardens. It doesn't come from distribution programs, but is literally grown and managed, the food and the medicine, by the local residents. So authentic, equitable, both and approaches have to fuel the prioritization of climate change, environmental resilience building projects that give residents true agency as opposed to check off the box, come stakeholders, sit at my table that I've set. And funds allocation must be on parity. So to finish, genuine, enduring solutions require the usual well-meaning suspects to agree to step out of the room so the people affected can engage in the way that they want to engage. And this is totally counterintuitive given the way helpers and legions of liaisons usually work. And it involves pretty substantive shift in people's attitudinal predispositions. However, if this does not occur, what you do will be a flash in the pan. You will not get the buy-in. And it's my experience that the word equity here isn't even applicable. So I thank you very much for your stamina and endurance.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, and I guess we can just go back to whether there are comments or questions for Pamela or for the entire group. No. Okay. Well, thank you for joining us, all of you. And we look forward to the next steps and the engagement process that'll take place starting November, right? And the next steps for the work that C3 is doing with community members.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Walker.
Thank you so much, all of you. Appreciate it.
Okay. So next we have the discussion temporary city employees, and that's our last item. Well, the matters by the public.
Thank you, Mayor Walker and councilors. Tonight's discussion of this item, we will have a PowerPoint by Ms. Finyard. Also, Deputy City Manager Shelton is here, as well as Todd Brown from the Parks and Recreation Department to answer questions.
Mayor Walker and City Council members, good morning, and thank you for hearing me. All right, Brian.
Can you see the slides, Michelle?
Yeah, all right, so this is the first slide. And I've been asked to prepare some information about the status of the Parks and Rec temporary staff and some decisions that were made, and just to put some data, numbers, and facts behind those decisions. So the first slide here just kind of reminds us what happened on March 17th. That was the first day that we had asked employees to please stay home. We instructed them to telework if they could. If you can't work from home, just stay home due to the pandemic. And I want to make a distinction about these numbers because as of March 16th, the actual temporary staff in Parks and Rec, we had 379 employees, but there were 492 positions. So I want to just point out that the difference doesn't mean those were all vacancies. A lot of employees in Parks and Rec hold multiple positions. So that may be attributed to some of the difference. Just want to point that out. Next slide, please. So as you can see in this communication excerpt here, this actually came from the city manager's memo that was telling employees to stay home. Within that memo, there were categories of employees, and this one told temporary employees that they were not scheduled to work, but we were still going to pay them for a maximum of 2 weeks. And just like everything else with COVID, we had to quickly come up with a methodology as to how we were going to compensate them. And we did that through a 12-month look-back period. So I want to point out the second bullet from March 14th to March 27th was one pay period. That's 1 2-week pay period. There were 152 Parks and Recreation temporary employees that either worked or were scheduled to work during that pay period. And that'll come up again in a little bit. Next slide, please. So let's take a little more detailed look at the calculating of the average weekly pay. We took a total of all of the hours worked. So employees that were in multiple positions, we calculated all of their hours and averaged them out for the entire 12-month period. And then we paid them at an hourly rate based on their primary position. So some people were hired into their first position at a lower rate or a higher rate, just depending on how many hours they were working. They were getting paid at their primary position, which was actually the first position they were hired into with the city. And that's something our system does. So if you start off as a lifeguard and then you take a second role as a customer service attendant, that would be your primary, the first one is lifeguard. That would be your primary job. Next slide, please. This is pretty self-explanatory. I want you to remember, I said 152 people were on payroll during that week, one payroll period in March from 3/14 to 3/27. Those same 152 people were actually paid through the summer. They were paid from March 14th to August 22nd. And again, I'm not going to read the numbers for you, they're self-explanatory, but that was the cost for 23 weeks of paying those 152 temporary employees. So this slide just kind of reflects the first and second quarter shortfall. Revenue projections were done in August. And from what I understand, the revenue is still on a steady decline from the facilities being closed. You want to take a moment to review that? It might echo some of what Ryan Davidson said earlier. Next slide, please. And there's a visual as well. Next slide, please. So 90 temporary employees were released on August 3rd. Those were primarily in the categories of instructors, lifeguards, and officials. And that was because their roles were directly related to those programs and facilities that were closed. The pools, the rec centers, the summer camps, etc. And out of the second bullet point, I just want you to understand that we didn't do this without communication to the employees. They were notified by their supervisors, they were notified through emails, there were phone calls. Parks and Rec manager and all the way up to the director were making attempts to contact employees. They were talking to people directly. We received some pushback. Some employees had a few negative responses, and there were just as many that said, thank you for letting me know ahead of time. And there were others who said they were surprised that they were able to keep getting paid as long as they were, because again, these were folks that were not able to work. Next slide. So there's a distinction between customer service attendants and the other positions, which CSAs have more versatility. We were able to ask them to do other things. That was something we did explore. The administration had thought about bringing in CSAs to do other jobs, or just in general, can we have other employees do jobs that they're not in? And the most flexibility was with the customer service attendants. Think about lifeguards and officials. Those are very specific skill sets and not likely to be used in other service areas of the organization. And that last bullet point I want to highlight for you, that as of October this month, 217 temporary employees have been separated, which is equivalent to 238 positions, because again, some people were in multiple positions, and that was the total number. Next slide, please. So we've also been asked which departments still have temporary employees working. So there's still 160 employees that are temporary status throughout the city. And here are some of the departments that they work in. And I want to stress that they're not all working, and the ones that are working are getting paid actual hours only. They're not getting the average weekly pay. They're getting only paid for what they work. Next slide, please. So as of September 5th, there were 32 customer service attendants that we also said we were only going to pay for hours worked and stop paying the average weekly hours. Next slide, please. I don't know if you can see this. I don't want to read it to you. It's relatively small. There is a list of localities that we checked with. We tried to benchmark and see how other localities for handling seasonal staff and programming in Parks and Rec. City of Harrisonburg, City of Stanton, they laid staff off around May. Albemarle County, they paid their spring temporary staff through May. And in Fairfax, they paid their staff 2/3 of their regular hours, or excuse me, of their regular pay for 12 weeks. And City of Roanoke had actually laid their seasonal staff off earlier. And most of them, as you can see in the comments, they didn't hire additional staff for spring or for summer or fall programs. Next slide, please. So this slide is the last one. It's just a statement about why we focused on Parks and Recreation. A significant portion of their duties could not be performed. And at this point, it's open for discussion. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Do you all have questions?
I just wanted to thank you for putting this together. It's pretty thorough. I mean, I think we all know that one of our long-term issues that we have to deal with is that we've had an issue of having temporary staff that really should have been part-time staff, not temporary staff.
Or full-time staff.
Or full-time if you're working, I mean, but even if it's somebody who's working part-time hours, I mean, there's plenty of people who use that as a second job and don't want it to be a full-time job. But again, it's still not a temporary job because they've been doing it for a while. And I do know that that's an issue that we've needed to look at for a long time. And just kind of adds to this, I know.
Thank you.
I think for me, it's really just more about how, as we continue to go through this pandemic and we have to face other difficult decisions, just how do we make sure that we're communicating and just reinforcing communications and being proactive about communicating with employees, but also amongst ourselves so that we're all on the same page. And so that's just certainly been top of mind for me as we've kind of considered this and what's already kind of happened as you've just kind of laid out, and where we go moving forward is kind of just an area of interest to me, and how we can all work together as we, these decisions. I mean, clearly they're operational decisions that fall into that scope, but just so that we all can be best informed. Because as we've said before, like every time there are folks in our community where whoever they work for that are without work, it does certainly strain other parts of our system. And so how do we kind of strike that right balance, and also just show our leadership in the community and these decisions. But I really appreciate you just taking us through that timeline and for the data that was provided. So thank you, Ms. Vineyard.
Certainly.
So I'll start. I requested that this be after working through with Dr. Richardson, attempting to get some clarification about what would happen with temporary employees. And a lot of the slides that you put up, I'll start with the revenue slide. As an employee of Parks and Rec, every year there is conversation around whether Parks and Rec should be run as a business or whether the general fund would continue to support it. So the loss in revenue shouldn't have necessarily, unless something changed since the pandemic started, which I haven't been in the building, shouldn't have necessarily changed whether the money that council had allocated for those employees. So that should not have necessarily been a decision point. I looked at some of the numbers that came in, and I have this sheet that I just pulled this one because everyone on this council should have had this one here that states for 2019, which is different from a sheet that I received today, that the actual revenue for Parks and Rec was $1,645,000 for fiscal year 19, and the actual expenses was $10,750,000, which everyone received us through onboarding. And I just put this, here because when the 3 new counselors that are on here, when they came on, that's something that they too received. So that has been a conversation that never really was resolved. And so one of my questions is, there was money that council allocated, and I want to ask them kind of all, and what is now happening to those funds. And I think whatever council considers, if they consider anything, and I hope they would consider anything after signing the frontline workers pledge and the amount of money that we put into the emergency assistance funds. And after me being very proactive with UVA when they furloughed their most vulnerable employees, requesting that they support, which they ended up doing, the emergency assistance fund by $1 million. So that was one question. When you checked with Harrisonburg and Stanton, Albemarle, Fairfax, had they been using in the past temporary employees the way that Charlottesville had been using them? So I'll highlight me as an example, someone who had worked for a 6-year period, full-time hours, unless and until I started with council duties. So they were not individual who worked sporadically, just seasonal. They are not college students or children of our elected officials, which is something I hear being floated around. They are people who are in charge of households. So that's a question that I have. Another question that I had conversations with, Dr. Richardson, and the report that the management staff were the ones who were contacting their employees is very different, specifically for the recreation part of this conversation, to tell them that they were going to be laid off. Now, of course, I can't prove that, but I do just want to say, I, as an employee, did not get some of the notifications that other employees received. And once I received them, we were at a date where their pay would be starting shortly. So they did not get adequate notification for people who are already earning the least amount of money in the organization. Another point I want to bring out is when interim city manager Mike Murphy convened the equity group. What he said was, in the section on the temporary employees, it said that the city employs 471 temporary, seasonal, and substitute employees. These individuals work between 5 and 40 hours per week with an average of 11.1 hours per week. Their average salary is $16.75 per hour. White temporary employees receive the highest hourly wage at $17.29, 3.2% above the average wage for all temporary employees, while employees identifying as multiracial receive the lowest wage at $14.76, 11.8% below the average wage. And then they went on to talk about the number of temporary employees, the average hours worked, which being Black and female meant you work the most hours. And I am highlighting the equity, another equity issue here, and that you were paid almost almost $2 less and worked more average hours. This is something that has gone through 3 city managers. And so my point here and my conversations with council have been that you're treating people who did not, just because the label there is temporary, they were not temporary employees. There are some people who were temporary employees, but there were a lot of people who were not temporary employees. Also, the notion that if you were a lifeguard, you did not have other skills that you could do work across. I've worked with a lot of those lifeguards, and I can tell you that they had other jobs. They had degrees from universities. They taught in school systems, so they were not individuals who did not have skills. And I just think that the way that this is handled and the fear-based response that it's has produced in council, where you start to compare the lowest income people and you start pitting them against one another, is the exact workings and foundation of a capitalistic system. And for people who claim to understand that, you have now pushed, according to this, hundreds of people out into the street, and you all just said thank you for the report. And that should be unacceptable to all of us. This is the very reason I did not sign on to that frontline workers agreement, attempting to figure out what we were doing in this process. I knew that this was coming. I asked the previous city manager very hard questions all the time. And this whole notion that you pay in people to do nothing, people who will work for the city every week, every month, every holiday, who did not get the benefits, did not get sick leave. If you calculate how much the city saved by what they offer full-time employees versus what they did not offer people who worked for them every year and who they will not be able to resume Parks and Rec. And to have in emails questions from senior management about whether you can keep someone active but not pay them because you fully understand that you will need them to resume those services again, should not be okay.
As I've said, my biggest concern has been around the communication, the rollout of communications to staff, as well as in our case, where council back in May and June made it really clear that we wanted to at least be aware when these decisions were being made so that we could revisit budgets and priorities. And I'm not denying that, but I think that right now we're in a position where, as we look forward, we need to now, like with this group of us that are here convening, what processes are going to be followed to understand how we're going to make even some more, there's additional difficult decisions that I'm anticipating going to be on the horizon, and how we come together and how we communicate that with staff, and how do we work through to ensure that we can address the needs of the most vulnerable people within our organization is going to be critical.
So even before we get to moving forward, you have to address how you are going to remedy what has already taken place. And if that is not the case, then we just need to be clear, and why we needed to have this conversation publicly, that we were the same people who were demanding the same of the university, right? And so you need to be clear, you are the same four that signed on for the frontline workers. And if you can tell me what number that this decision fits into, it doesn't. And these were the same things that, even though the decision hadn't been made then, I made you all aware of why I wasn't voting on that agreement, and that there were inconsistent messages. I think one of the biggest points that I haven't said here, and constant conversations that I had about this issue, was that there were needs in other departments. One of the examples that I used with Dr. Richardson was the Emergency Assistance Fund. And if, I won't put Khaki on the spot, but if she was here, and if you all don't remember how many people that they needed to man those phone lines, When I would talk to the previous city manager about that, I was told that people were incapable of doing something simple as answering phones, inputting data. And if that's what your senior leadership thinks about its employees without even asking, and at that time, and if Todd is on here, you can correct me if I'm wrong, there was no communication about figuring out what other departments where services were needed, that we were rotating people out, that this group of people could have been rotated out. The conversations that I heard really clearly about these conversations were that you all wanted to make sure that you could lay these individuals off, and that is why you did not find other places within the organization for them. And we can't say that we were thinking long-term because we have notes to employees that talk about the pandemic will be over soon, that there will be a vaccine at some point. So those kind of statements are not, did not come from leadership who thought that this would be a long-term process and were not making decisions. The decisions were made because of complete disregard for people.
And Mayor, no, I did meet with several other departments, including schools, YMCA, utilities, public works, about using our staff.
And you met with them when, Todd?
Throughout the whole process. I mean, schools was all the way back in March and April, all the way up till a month ago.
And did any other employees work for those other departments?
Yes, ma'am. We distributed meals throughout the whole summer with partnership with schools. We also have used people who were with the warehouse doing inventory and some stuff with public works.
And the employees that were not given those options, if there were more positions for people to fill? You know, of course, I know some of this, and we've even had conversations about even me personally, right? So
I think we need to be careful about that line.
What?
Just
about what? Asking a question about that there were more employees and more positions and that people were not put into those positions? What is wrong with that question?
Just the personal nature of some of this is concerning to me.
That I use myself as a reference? I was an employee. I have been impacted. To stop the conversations among the leadership of this community, I resigned so that no one could say that I was advocating for people because I was benefiting, which I've heard the entire time that I came into this position. Someone who walked into a center and would wipe feces off a stool as mayor was then told by the leadership that's in place that I only advocated for people for selfish reasons. So I can ask any question I want. And it's clear just based on the silence here that you all are okay with the process that has occurred.
I've already said I'm not okay with the process that's occurred. I said that the communications I felt like were lacking in terms of how it was handled with employees, in terms of just the proactiveness of it, and also how much we were not aware of what was happening. I don't disagree with that, but I'm trying to figure out how do we go from this point forward to ensure that we're all on a more alignment as other difficult decisions are going to have to be made.
Okay, and so I will listen to what you all come up with.
I would just kind of ask of staff. Go ahead, Mr.
From a staff perspective, again, we touched on this earlier tonight, and again, I was not involved in some of these prior decisions, and if you're asking about moving forward, I think first of all, as stated, you look at the revenue trends and the revised projections, they are looking not so great at this point. Saying that, we do plan to convene the budget team on November 6th. That meeting is going to be sort of a question of what are the mitigation efforts we can take at this point considering the numbers that we're seeing, to try again to preserve both the provision of services as well as our employees. Now, ultimately, Mayor Walker asked earlier in this meeting about if-then scenarios. Well, first, we have to see how the revenues continue to trend. We also need to see about our mitigation efforts that we may come up with as a budget team and how they will play. But ultimately, if the health situation does not improve, it's conceivable that trends could go down for both lodging and meals tax. And at that point, we would probably convene the lead team to talk about, okay, what is it that we can do to, again, ensure services are provided to our city citizens, as well as ensure that our employees remain employed. And if there's a point after that there really aren't any real managerial solutions, I would conduct meetings with each counselor and I would explain where we are, and I would ask for your expertise, all 5 of you, as well as your ability to gauge public opinion. And then we would probably present to council in a special budget meeting the options and lay them on the table.
I hope those options include when UVA laid off employees. I think that, again, we understand that if you are reducing your salary by 20% and you earn $1 million a year or $500,000 a year or whatever, that is not the same as someone who was an Airmark employee and laid off. But they did have those discussions. And I hope moving forward, whether it's temporary, whether it's full-time staff, in departments where if you think just because they work in water, people who've served the city for 20, 30 years, that just because they may not be able to teach a class or run swim team or something of that nature, that you don't automatically put them on the chopping block because you don't need them in this moment. And because you can pretty much ensure that during a pandemic or any type of crisis, that people will probably not be gainfully employed. And so I hope that we set the foundation that we want you all to figure out a way to make sure that those employees, whether full-time, part-time, temporary, the remaining people who are left, that you all figure out a way to make sure that you are not putting the most vulnerable people at risk without also looking at what does those holistic scenarios look like, which were not considered this time.
Understood.
So I guess my last point would be that we talked earlier about the potential of starting this emergency assistance fund for employees. And what that would look like. So I guess you all would need staff if you all consider that something important to come back with some kind of recommendation. And so it appears that if this is this downward trend, and we're not going to talk about any other thing but removing people, because that was something that we made clear for our organization when we talked about the school budget. Is trying to ensure that people remained as stable as possible during this time.
We'll certainly take a look at that, Ms. Vineyard, Ms. Shelton, myself.
All right. So we're back to the last community, whatever it's called, matters by the public, Mr. Wheeler.
If you'd like to address council, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Our first speaker is Brad Slocum. Brad, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, well, I'll keep it very short. Thanks for the chance to speak, Council and Mayor. I just want to draw as direct a line I can between two of the topics from some of the folks who spoke tonight. Very early on in the first public comment, there was talk about the restaurants and how we have to, you know, entertain the idea of, you know, recovering first before sacrificing or something like that, and how much of our revenues as a city and you know, livelihoods are dependent on tourism and restaurants and weddings and all these things, and draw a line from that from to what Miss Boyce Sims was talking about, with folks, you know, being able to rely more on themselves and their environment in a climate adaptation, which I think we all need to just recognize that it is the future, you know, that we will need to be less reliant on, you know, overstretched supply chains for food and medicine, as she so eloquently put. And really, as we look towards these, not just the climate plans, but, you know, the housing and, you know, the comprehensive plans and of course, the all controlling budget, that we think about, you know, through a climate lens and the equity lens also, how we're going to adapt as a community and not be as dependent on some of the things like tourism and weddings and having restaurants open all year, when you know, we're seeing pretty directly how something like a respiratory disease, or you know, possibly in the future, giant billowing smoke clouds from fires, as have been experienced, you know, all over the country this year, how we can be more resilient as a community and build that into our climate plans. And I just wanted to draw as direct a line as I could between those two topics. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay James. Jay, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes. Jay, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you all. Thank
All right,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you for the time. Good evening, guys. Certainly been waiting for the opportunity to speak because our organization was mentioned earlier, and just wanted to take an opportunity. I live at 169 Brookwood Drive, and I am the Assistant Director of the Bridge Ministry. We had applied for CARES funding, and Ms. Dimick had made some comments that I wanted to respond to. Our entire proposal was COVID related. We hired 5 new staff members to prepare for an increase in population to help the Almond-Charlesville Regional Jail, whom we have a great working relationship with. We're getting an individual from there tomorrow to reduce their population, as they had attempted to do and did successfully back in March. And we continue to help them with that process. And so our entire proposal, we hired 5 new staff members. We even hired a COVID policy director to make sure that our facility was completely COVID free. We even helped the Almond-Charlesville Regional Jail avoid an outbreak of COVID-19 due to our strategic COVID policy. The figure Ms. Dimick quoted, about $328,000 for 9 students, was simply an example of what our investment is. And we have reserved 30 beds because we have individuals trying to get into our program every day, being referred by Commonwealth's attorneys and defense attorneys and others to get the opportunity for the vocational training, the drug treatment, but most importantly, to escape a confined space and being in danger of COVID-19, as we have seen across our country in incarceration centers. So our investment, we've reserved 30 beds to get to 40 that we will serve to help decrease that population, would be an investment of $1.4 million. So that $328,000 figure was simply an example of the investment we're already making. From there, Joe Platania, just 2 days ago, our Commonwealth's attorney, once again, as he's done multiple times, asked the jail for a list of eligible people that could be potentially sent to our program. Judge Rick Moore, our circuit court judge, recently said in open court, I'd like to send an individual to the bridge for 18 months as opposed to keeping them incarcerated for a year. And with all due respect to Counselor Snook, We are federally certified with the System for Award Management. I can quote our DUNS number or our CAGE code so that we can receive federal awards, and we are a fiscally sound organization. So to intimate that somehow we don't have our financial house in order is a little disingenuous without seeing our financials. We've sent the audit to the city staff 3 different times, and I've done it twice myself. So you're not funding a religion. You are funding drug treatment, vocational training, guaranteed career job placement, and an 86% success rate through Piedmont Virginia Community College, the Network to Work programming, and all the other partnerships that we have. So I just wanted to share that information in hopes that you guys will continue the conversation in consideration of our organization to help these men and their families change their lives and escape a potentially deadly virus that's killed over 210,000 people in our country. So we're committed to it. I'm back in circuit court tomorrow, working with another individual, bringing another individual into our program so that we'll hit that number of 40. But the entire proposal is related to COVID and CARES funding. And again, we are an organization that can receive federal funding. So that $215,000 that's remaining in the allocation, we're hopeful you will consider us for that. And Mayor Walker, I thank you for your leadership on this issue. I thank you counselors for listening at this late of a date. But we're working extremely hard to help these people so that they're not in danger. We don't see what happened in Farmville's ICE Detention Center or Buckingham Correctional Centers or the deaths that we've seen in correctional centers around our Commonwealth and in our country. So again, thank you for the opportunity. We're happy to answer any questions. I wish questions had been addressed to me before the decision was made, but we are available. And if you test us, we will prove that we have been successful and will continue to be. And it is an investment that is worth making in the lives of these men. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Don Gathers. Don, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening again, everyone. Mayor Walker, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for the stance that you've taken to, on behalf of staff members and staff employees. I also want to thank council for pushing forward with the request from FAR, Public Housing Association of Residents. Those funds that were requested will certainly go a long way towards benefiting the residents of the 376 public housing units that we have here in Charlottesville. I do many of the grocery deliveries to individuals, and I can, excuse me, personally attest to the glee and the joy and the relief that people feel once they are receiving aid in this particular manner. I also just want to say that I did take a moment to read the chief's statements earlier in the day, and while they were not what I could call negative, I will push back and say that I'm very happy and proud of the folks who have come out in support of BLM from all walks of life and from all races. I like her. I'm very much happy and pleased with the level of commitment to peace that has been portrayed here. But I'm very much happy with the level of diversity that we have experienced. It does not look like what the original BLM was, I imagine that many would say was envisioned to be, but I'm very happy with those who have come out under the banner and have stood shoulder to shoulder with us. So thank you all very much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else who would like to speak to council, click the raise hand icon. Mayor Walker, there are no other hands.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. And before we adjourn, I just want to say, since, Heather interrupted when I was talking to Todd, I just want to point out that Todd's leadership is really great leadership and a great change for Parks and Rec. So that had absolutely nothing to do with him. And so since I was interrupted and didn't get to finish what I was saying, I want to make sure that I say that. And a lot of people in that department that suffer from morale for years don't feel like they used to feel with him in that position. So again, we will have to have difficult conversation at times, but Todd, I just want to say that if you're still on, or just make sure I state that publicly, since that may be the appearance that there was an issue with Todd Brown, and there is not. All right, meeting adjourned. Y'all have a good night.